Well, look who it is. A big hello to our friends watching Today All Day.
Yeah, we hope you had a great weekend. Hoda and Savannah have the morning off, but the show must go on. Our digital show Today in 30 featuring the very best of today in a single half hour.
All right, so we'll start with the remnants of Henri and the path of destruction it's leaving across the Northeast. Kathy Park is on the ground in Rhode Island with the very latest.
Plus the worrying rise in COVID cases as the FDA moves to fully approve the Pfizer vaccine, just ahead the hopes that will boost vaccinations.
Also ahead, Harry Smith takes us inside a very special art collection celebrating the untold stories of African Americans.
And legendary award-winning actress Alfre Woodard joins us live to talk about the new season of her hit show C.
Plus, we'll hear from the granddaughters of some of the most influential women in entertainment and politics, from Lucille Ball to Eleanor Roosevelt. The lessons they learned from their legendary grandmothers.
That sounds awesome. All right, Chanel, it's go time for Today in 30.
We'll begin with NBC's Kathy Park in Rhode Island. Kathy, good morning.
Chanel, good morning to you. Henri is being blamed for widespread damage here in Rhode Island. The winds got so fierce that trees, massive trees like the one you see behind me, stood no chance. In fact, this one toppled onto power lines. It appears this entire road is without power. And we're told customers it's likely they won't get power back on for several days.
This morning, thousands in the Northeast waking up without power after Henri barreled through the region as a tropical storm. The slow-moving system made landfall in coastal Rhode Island, with winds reported at 60 miles per hour.
The damage is significant. The wind especially created some significant, not only power outages, but also tree damage. There's several large trees down throughout town.
At the height of the storm, massive waves crashed shorelines, closing beaches and bridges. Farther inland, a damaging blow to homes.
We saw a few trees come down across the street. His carport got destroyed by a big tree.
A day earlier, New York got a preview of Henri as extreme weather battered the area Saturday night.
No, I can't smile without you.
Cutting short a star-studded concert in Central Park.
Proceed to your vehicles and protected areas outside of the event site.
The relentless rain flooding streets and subways, a rush of water even cascading down the stairs. The storm also socked parts of New Jersey with flash flooding, stranding residents.
With the support of several local, police, fire, EMS crews, the county, we were able to rescue about 150 to 200 residents from their homes.
Connecticut and Massachusetts got slammed too.
Thunder and lightning with this torrential rain that's been making driving really tough.
Trees toppled onto homes and power lines. President Biden promising federal support.
FEMA has already pre-positioned resources in the region to speed our ability to respond, including food, water, and life-saving communications equipment, as well as generators.
Henri now weakening and leaving behind a weekend mess that could take days to clean up.
And back here in Rhode Island, residents here are no strangers to powerful storms and hurricanes. In fact, they remember the devastation left behind by Superstorm Sandy in 2012, as well as Hurricane Bob of 1991, which killed more than a dozen people and left behind $1.5 billion in damage. Chanel?
All right, Kathy, thank you. Now to new developments in the fight against the coronavirus. Full FDA approval of the Pfizer vaccine could come as early as today. This as some hospitals in the South are being slammed by COVID cases, and frontline workers are running low on patients. NBC's Carrie Sanders is in Florida, where doctors are gathering this morning to address the unvaccinated. Carrie, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. They've gathered here this morning, Chanel, out of frustration. They're here, as you can see, early at this hour to tell folks that they need to get vaccinated. This is a simulated walkout because doctors say enough is enough. Get the vaccine. All of this coming as the FDA is expected to give Pfizer vaccine approval later today. This morning, all eyes on the FDA expected to give full approval to Pfizer's 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine. The New York Times reporting that could come as early as today, making it the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to move beyond emergency use authorization. Officials hope the move will help persuade more people to get the shot and make it possible for more businesses and schools to mandate vaccines.
And this really tells people that there is no doubt whatsoever, based on this independent scientific review, that the benefits of the vaccine far outweigh the risks.
Welcome news as the nation's healthcare workers battling a relentless new wave as the Delta variant rages.
We're trying to do our best, but something has to give.
Across the South, ICU beds are filling fast, 5 states within 10% of reaching capacity. And in Florida, a state that just topped 3 million cases, some doctors so fed up they're gathering en masse today in Palm Beach to say enough is enough.
As doctors, we are mentally and physically exhausted. I personally held hands with nurses, physicians. I've had friends who've talked about leaving, healthcare. We're exhausted.
Driving their frustration, the spread of vaccine misinformation, like this absurd theory during a recent school board meeting here.
You take a black light flashlight and shine it on your veins, and you're now going to glow in the black light, because guess what? You're no longer human.
Social media is fueling the spread too, with rampant misinformation.
The speed, scale, and sophistication with which it is spreading and impacting our health is really unprecedented.
Conservative talk show host Phil Valentine, who had been a vaccine skeptic, passing away this weekend after being hospitalized with the virus. His brother telling the Tennessean before his death, "I know if he were able to tell you this, he would tell you, go get vaccinated."
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
And we're back with, it says, one of our favorite segments. I don't know, Steals and Deals is still my favorite. But Mr. Smith goes to... That's hard. It's my second favorite on the show.
Good one. All right, right? So this morning, this is going to be good. Harry is taking us to Tacoma, Washington, to introduce us to a family on a mission to educate as many people as possible about these untold stories of some African Americans.
So... we're in Tulsa earlier this summer, reporting on the race massacre of 100 years ago. We're in a little community center there, and off in a little corner is just this tiny room with a couple of pieces in it, right? And kind of looking in, and here comes Bernard Kinsey. And he's just this bigger-than-life person. Says, let me show you what we got here, right? And he says, but this is a tiny little sample. The real thing, if you want to see it, come to Tacoma later this summer. So we did.
Wow.
Tacoma, Washington has a beautiful art museum. The couple in this picture, it's their name on the giant sign outside.
To whom much is given, much is required, in a life of no regrets, and that's what we try to live every day.
Bernard and Shirley Kinsey are here to share their life's passion, a breathtaking collection of art and historic memorabilia.
Because people always want to know, where do you find these things? And I had to stop and think yesterday. I said, well, I don't even remember how we found it. It literally found us.
What you will find inside is beautiful, evocative, rich, and revelatory. like this signature painting by Ava Casey, a woman unshackled. On her dress, tiny inscriptions of African American inventions.
Airplane safety device, blood plasma preserve, seed planters, corn harvesters, phone transmitters, shoemaker cabinet, just everything on here.
Right.
And then you see those, her bracelets are like shackles.
Yeah.
That are now.
Yeah, and look at this story. We did not come to America because it was a better place. We came and made it a better place.
In the mural that is America's story, there are crucial sections that are blank. Between the broad brushstrokes, what's missing are details. Details that make it richer, more defined, more truthful, like the service of black soldiers in World War I.
We had 400,000 black men go off to Europe, but they could only dig ditches and bury the dead. The French government asked General Pershing to allow the black troops to fight in French uniform and French guns, French tanks, and the 369th Harlem Hellfighters out of Harlem took on the task. And they fought for 192 days and was the first regiment to reach the Rhine River.
Black history, says Bernard, is American history.
41st and 42nd Congress, 1870, black senator and congressman in the South, elected because black people could vote. In other words, in 1867, we voted. If you vote, you get this, okay? That's just that simple.
History and art that's transparent, transformative.
And this particular piece reminds me of home. I grew up on a little dirt road in a 2-bedroom house with tin roof.
The piece by artist Huey Lee Smith.
So when I saw this, a number of years ago now, I looked at that and I said, you know, that's me. That's me jumping rope on the foundation of the house I grew up in. Didn't know where I was going, but I was going somewhere.
Somewhere was historically black Florida A&M University, where she met Bernard. Two things about Shirley caught his attention.
She's always the prettiest lady in the room. And she had such courage to get arrested during the civil rights period at Florida A&M.
And while the art collection came later, it's been funded in part. Well, listen to this.
You know, we agreed that when we moved to California from Tallahassee, that we would save her check and live on my check. And for the first 15 years, we didn't spend a paycheck.
And my friends say, oh, Shirley, that's your money y'all spending now.
The collection, or parts of it, have been displayed from Epcot to Hong Kong and seen by millions.
3 things. I hope they walk away being inspired, motivated, and a little bit more educated. I hope they have something inside, one of those, I think it was Oprah who used to call them aha moments, like, oh, this is why that happened. This is why this is going on. This is what we can do about it.
Walk through the collection, and you can almost hear the words of poet Maya Angelou.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise.
Coming to the Kinsey collection, your brain is going to be doing like this.
No question, you will get schooled by what you see here, but in a good way.
We are fully American.
The Kinsey's son, Khalil, is curator of the collection.
That's my wish, is that this is enriching, you know, and that people come and that they get something from it, whether it's big or small, but that they, again, leave expanded and enjoy the time.
We certainly did.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today Podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi guys, it's Audrey Woodard. I am at the studio today. I'm the only guest in the studio, and we're all being very, very careful. But I'm here today to talk about my project See, all caps SEE, that is on Apple TV Plus this Friday, coming Friday on the 27th.
Our next guest's legendary career spans 6 decades, and over that time, Audrey Woodard has won 4 Emmys, and she's been nominated for 2 Grammys and an Academy Award.
Not bad at all. Now she's gearing up for the 2nd season of her hit show, See, set in a world where everyone is blind.
So good. Audrey plays Paris, a midwife and spiritual leader whose tribe learns some shocking news. Take a look.
By order of Princess Magra, you are to return with us to Pensa immediately. Princess? She's dead. I assure you, she's both alive and the sister of Queen Kane. What?
She's alive. Magra is alive.
What? We need to move. Paris.
Magra is alive. Khufu, go to your mother. I will wait here for Baba and Haniwa.
I'm not leaving you here alone.
I will not be alone. Go to her. Go now.
Ooh, Audrey joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is that like for you when you're watching that clip? I mean, we're all in it. You know the words.
And
you know
I was all in it too. I turn back into a viewer once I'm done with something.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. It is good.
But when I look at it, I remember, I miss Archie Madekwe, who plays Kafun, and I shouldn't start naming because
I know. Well, Jason
they're
Momoa.
my family.
Yeah.
But I realized how much I missed them just after a couple of months, but also how cold, how
I was going to
flippin' cold.
Where was that?
I was going to ask you, does it feel like the studio? Like right now, this studio?
Well, let me back up. So here you go. You've got Jason Momoa. I mean, it's an all-star cast, really. Action-packed show. But we're going to learn a lot about your character, right, in season 2, this season.
Yes.
What can you tell us?
Oh, okay. So the season 1, it was a large landscape. We're traipsing through the majestic
Right. And
landscape.
for people who haven't seen it, you're blind. Everybody's blind.
Everybody's freezing. Well, the actors are. But and there's hidden tribes. It is 600 years forward of us, and it's been apocalypse. A virus sweeps the earth, and the 2 million people left are rendered without sight. So it's been 400 years since a sighted child was born. So we start there. But by the time, you've got to watch season 1, even if you've seen it already, because it's like, when you need a lot of runway to lift off that fabulous big plane. And then we go into season 2, focusing in more ECU, extreme close-ups, everybody at home, on the relationships. Jason plays Baba Voss, and Dave Bautista comes this season playing his brother Ito, and it is just epic clash. They're both very strong, very physical. There's a lot of action this season, but also their physicality is so intense because at the core is a story of wounded two little boys growing up. And so not only that relationship, but the royals, Paris, the twins, Nesta.
So many
Cooper.
layers.
Yeah.
It's all about family. And, you know, family's where you learn to love, but it's always also where you learn to fight.
Yeah. What is it like playing a character who is visually impaired, just like everybody at this time in the future? I mean, how do you go into that and how do you come out of it?
Well, it is it's a language like anything else. And so whatever part of your body or that is compromised, you learn how to do whatever you need to do. Still, you find ways to work it. But we don't live in a world where everybody's blind. We live in a world where people are unusual and rare if they have sight. So it is an established world of hundreds of years. We trained with one of our executive producers, Joe Strecce, in terms of being able to navigate without the help of your vision, and how you start to see with different parts of your body, how the other senses are heightened. And it is... And we had low vision actors to work with us as well within the cast. So it was it's such an eye opener about what we consider a handicap and what stops a human being, which is nothing. So when you're watching it, you will forget that people are working without vision, and I think you'll start to appreciate your own. How I come out of it is tough. Is that sometimes I don't look at people when I'm listening to them, and they think I'm not paying attention because
you're listening.
That's good. You're hearing, you're smelling, you're sensing.
Real quick, you have such a range. Just thinking about this role, and then we were talking about Core that I had watched before years ago. How do you pick your roles?
If I'm reading it, and I just read it like I'm reading it Times, it can be a good story, but I'm not there. If I read it and every time it says Paris, something starts to go there, then I'm organically connected to it.
Has to move.
So you feel it, okay.
You feel it. You are such a delight. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, I am so happy to be here.
In person. I know. My goodness. Season 2 of C premieres this Friday on Apple TV+. It is good. Worth the watch for sure.
So nice to see you. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with Today all day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Lucille Ball, Audrey Hepburn, Eleanor Roosevelt, women you all know and admire who broke barriers in entertainment and politics and paved the way for generations to come.
Well, now, we want you to meet their granddaughters, who we had the opportunity to meet recently. They shared some of their fondest memories and the lessons they learned from their legendary grandmothers.
Says right here, we work miracles.
In the 1950s, Lucille Ball broke new ground in television with her series I Love Lucy, along the way becoming one of the most iconic entertainers of all time. But for Kate Luckenbill Connor, her recollections of the woman who is her grandmother are a little different. You were 4 years old when your grandma, you called her Nana, when she passed away. Do you have memories of her from back then?
I do. She was really involved in my life at that time. She would wrap my little tufts of hair in these curlers and put me in silk pajamas. She loved being a grandma.
As you grew up after she had passed, did you have any idea, like, just how big she was?
I didn't watch the show a lot as a kid, and then I started watching it in my 20s. I called my mom one day, like, in a tizzy and said, Mom, this show is really funny.
Mine about a meaty mat.
Of course, Lucille and Desi Arnaz were married for a time off-screen as well, after giving birth to Kate's mother, Lucy Arnaz, and later a son, Desi Jr. Lucille went on to become the first female head of a major Hollywood studio, Desi-Lou. Your Nana didn't set out to become an icon.
No. And she didn't even want to be the head of the studio. And she still called Desi all the time and said, what do I do? I don't want to do this. But she just did things because she had to. You know, she wore pants because she liked pants, not because she wanted to say women should wear pants.
Just as Lucille was ruling the small screen in the 1950s, Audrey Hepburn was making her mark on the big screen.
Well, hello, how are you?
Reaching a level of fame her granddaughter Emma Ferrer is still struggling to grasp.
I know you never got to meet your grandmother. How old were you when you realized the impact that she had?
I still haven't truly realized the impact that she's had. My dad sat me down probably when I was about 4 and tried to explain. And slowly I started going to friends' houses and seeing that she was in a poster in their kitchen, or I would see her on a t-shirt or on handbags. And I kind of was like, you know, I guess this actually is a bigger deal than I thought it was.
An avid dancer in her teens, Audrey was just 24 years old when she earned an Oscar for her role in Roman Holiday.
Thank you so very much.
You're in your mid-20s, which is when your grandmother was this huge Hollywood icon. How do you reckon with that?
When 21 rolled around and I was like, okay, what have I done? It's kind of like inevitable to compare and despair, as they say. It's like this dichotomy of wishing that I had had the chance to know her and also feeling like really intimidated by who she is and how like amazing she is.
Now I've got a wonderful idea.
Audrey's role in Breakfast at Tiffany's solidified her status as a fashion icon, and some of her looks live on through Emma today.
I have like sweaters that I just have worn so much over the years, and I'll put it on and like forget that it's hers, and then I'll like be painting and be like, wait, no, don't get paint on this. Stop.
Audrey had 2 children, including Emma's father, Sean Hepburn Ferrer. In the 1970s, she stepped out of the spotlight and focused on motherhood. Later, she would embrace her role as a UNICEF ambassador, up until losing her battle to cancer at just 63 years old.
Sometimes it's hard to be connected to somebody that you didn't really know, but probably plays a huge part in your life. How do you stay close with her?
Having sort of begun my own journey working with humanitarian organizations, this has been a way for me to really kind of feel a connection to her. In her UNICEF years, I think that she really revolutionized what we take for granted today. A celebrity of her magnitude associated with a cause like she was. I don't know if we can really appreciate how revolutionary that in fact was.
Revolutionary is how many remember former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, including her granddaughter Anne Roosevelt and her great-granddaughter Tracy Roosevelt.
She was a person who said, I want things to change. I want my life to change. And then she just would go do it.
Something that was really important to her was making sure that women could stand on equal footing economically. I really do feel like she just set this amazing example.
Later known for her outspokenness, Eleanor was initially reluctant to step into the public eye. She became First Lady in 1933 at age 48, during her husband, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's first of 4 terms as president.
There was a quote where she said, I'm just going to be a plain, ordinary First Lady, which I think anybody that studied her knows that is not the case.
I really think she didn't want the role. She didn't want to have the spotlight trained on her, and so part of her was terrified.
She was very humble, and so I think that she thought sort of, why me? Why am I going to be in the spotlight now?
Eleanor went on to redefine the role of First Lady, holding press conferences, writing columns, and fighting for human rights. But to her family, she will always be Grandmère.
What do you feel like in your family her legacy has been?
We all have a love for Grandmère.
You see inspiration from Eleanor Roosevelt that we each take, because she was never afraid of standing up. She was not a bystander.
Generations of young people still resonate to her vulnerability, her humility, her determination, her courage to stand out, to not be silent.
Have a great Monday, and we'll see you all tomorrow right here on Today.
Hey gang, welcome to Today All Day. The next 30 minutes you'll be hanging with me, and I have some of my favorite original videos just for you, full of inspiration and hope. So take a seat, get a tissue, come along for the ride as we hear words of wisdom from some of my favorite people.
I have to say, I love Olympic Hoda.
Yeah.
Out of the studio, sweatshirt. She's so pumped up. She's getting me pumped up for Tokyo. She's also going to help us meet 6 remarkable athletes who just made their Olympic dreams a reality.
She's even wearing the uniform.
I know.
The U.S. women's gymnastics team was selected in St. Louis late last night, and after they revealed who else would they sit with first, our Hoda.
Oh.
Of course.
SG, guys, it was so much fun. If you weren't pumped for the Olympics yesterday, you are today. The energy in the dome behind me was electric. You could literally feel it. It was packed. 21,000 strong in the audience. They were cheering, they were screaming, they were doing the wave, and there was some serious star power on this team, okay? We all know and we all love Simone Biles, okay? She's going to be joined by 5 other phenomenal athletes who are ready for Tokyo, and you're going to want to know these names. Here we go. Are you ready? Simone, Michaela, Jordan, Suni, Jade, and Grace.
Let's hear it for your women's gymnastics team, USA!
It's the moment that changed their lives forever. Meet the 6 stars who will shine bright for Team USA in Tokyo. Raise your hand if you're freaking out. Simone, you too?
Yeah, I mean, it's so real. It's been a long journey.
Simone Biles.
There's one the world already knows very well, Simone Biles.
Spectacular.
The greatest of all time, ready to add more medals to her collection.
Wow.
An alternate for the Rio Games, Michaela Skinner will finally have her time on the Olympic stage.
This is wild.
18-year-old Suni Lee is ready to make her mark too.
She's a rock star.
20-year-old Jordan Childs, named after basketball legend Michael Jordan, now proving that she is a force to be reckoned with.
Nice technique.
2 more new faces who will now be household names, Grace McCullum and Jade Carey.
A ton of difficulty.
All ready to go for gold in Tokyo. But it was an emotional road to get here. Simone, I know you, and I've known you for a long time, and I love you dearly and deeply. When I see your emotions on display, I feel you.
Yeah.
Just describe how you're feeling this time around.
A little bit more tired this time around. I'm a little bit older, so I get tired quicker. But I was really happy, but I was just sad because everybody came out here to watch us, and I didn't give them my best performance.
Not her best, but still the best. And while the crowd celebrated her with a standing ovation, it was Simone who turned around and cheered on her teammate and friend, Jordan Childs. Jordan.
Yes.
You're going to the Olympic Games. You, my friend, are an Olympian. Simone Biles wrapped her arms around you in that moment. Tell me what it felt like to know you made that team.
It was honestly the most amazing feeling in my life. Having her by my side 24/7 and giving me encouraging words every day definitely helped, and it was very motivational.
Y'all are cute. Biles and Childs. Michaela, this some dreams take a long time. Some happen overnight, and some take a while, but as they always say, your dream is right on time. So as you venture out and you realize that you're about to step into a big dream, how will you sleep tonight? What will you be thinking about?
I don't think I'll be sleeping. Even after last Olympics, kind of being so close to it, I'm really glad that I never gave up my dream and I kept going.
You had a tough year, boy. I mean, I know that you went through a lot. I know you had COVID. I know you were hospitalized. I know that you wondered, am I ever going to get back to my performing best? Look at you.
I know. I survived.
Who's the oldest one? Is it Simone or is it you?
It's me.
Wait,
She has me beat by 3 months.
Yeah.
So you're both 24, you're 3 months older? So you no longer have the elder statesman title? Grandma has gone over there?
I feel like we both share. It's like 50-50.
Yeah?
Totally.
Well, you all do kind of care for the other members of your team.
Yeah, of course.
And what do you get out of that, Simone?
We get our youth back. I mean, they keep us going, especially in those workouts in the gym. And we've had such hard times, but seeing the younger ones come up, it's been motivational.
What freaks me out about watching you guys, and literally I was binge eating while you all were competing, but it just struck me, you guys, that you practice since you're a child, and it comes down to 30 seconds, 1 minute. So Grace, describe that feeling.
Yeah, I think you just have to remember, I've done 1,000 of these routines in the gym, so you just have to trust yourself and trust your gymnastics and that you know what you're doing.
For Suni, this isn't only her dream come true, but her dad's. Her biggest fan has faced his own challenges. Just 2 years ago, an accident left him paralyzed. I wasn't sure if I was more emotional watching you or watching your dad up there.
Yeah.
Did you feel him?
I did. It took me a minute to realize that I was going to the Olympics, but I looked up there and I knew that he was very emotional, and so was the rest of my family.
Well, I loved in one of your interviews you said you didn't describe it as your dream, you said it was our dream.
This has been our dream for the longest, basically since I was a baby. He's been by my side through everything, so to have him here at the Olympic trials with me is something that was so amazing.
Just the dismount.
Come on, Jade.
Very nice.
Jade's going to the Olympics. Oh my gosh, has that just sunk in? I mean, your dad's coaching you, you're going to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'm really glad that I have my dad to share it with.
That is true. So your dad's going to be, is that your dad the only parent who's going to be there? Yeah, right, because he's coaching. Yeah. Well, your dad's going to have to share and help out with everybody. You guys, we are going to be cheering you on. You may not have your moms and your dads and your friends, but you'll have us.
We have Hoda.
Oh, they're going to have all of us, you guys. They are on fire. I can't tell you how emotional and beautiful it was. You saw Simone have that stumble on the beam, and she got very emotional afterwards. She says all of her emotions are heightened, but she came back. She did a great job. So we're pumped, man. We're ready for Tokyo.
Yes, we are. Pumping us up, Hoda. You should go speak to every American team that's going to compete in Tokyo and just give them like a hype speech.
Oh, Carson, they are so ready for us. And I have to tell you, listening to that crowd scream, they were doing the wave like it was insane in there. It was like being at a rock concert, Carson. So I think it's going to be different there. They're going to be relying on each other. But I said, man, they got Team NBC. They got nothing to worry about. We'll be there with them.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. It's been just over 6 months since our dear friend Bobby Thomas, today's style editor, lost her husband, Michael.
Yeah, anybody who knew Bobby, whether it's in person or through TV, knows that she wears her heart squarely on her sleeve. And when Bobby realized that opening up about her own journey could possibly help someone else, she knew right away it was the right time to share not just her grief, but her courage and her gratitude.
I don't need to be told there was a silver lining or a bigger reason. There isn't. And that is okay for me to feel. At the same time, I'm also holding gratitude.
And what do you have gratitude for, Bobby?
My son. And I have gratitude for being loved.
A love that was sealed on a glorious summer day when Bobby got married at Kathy Lee's house. I remember it so vividly. It was one of the most beautiful days.
I was so scared. And I remember Kathy Lee saying, "This is happening. We're walking." Michael was just so happy.
I promise to always support you and love you unconditionally and to take care of you as long as we both shall live.
He would just look across the room and say, "Hey, we have a really good thing, right?" And I'd say, "Yeah." We were so deeply bound.
That bond carried Michael and Bobby through the good times and the challenging ones. Shortly after their fairy tale wedding in 2013, Bobby and Michael publicly shared their very personal journey to parenthood.
It takes a village to raise children, but to make them too.
We celebrated alongside them when they revealed they were expecting.
Can we say that again? Bobby is pregnant.
She is pregnant.
Thank God. Yes. Thank God.
And when they welcomed little Miles into their lives. But 4 years later, at just 40, Michael would suffer a stroke while on a business trip. Remarkably, he recovered. Then, in the fall of 2020, Michael developed a bacterial infection that led to complications he could not overcome. When we heard the news that Michael had passed, it was so devastating and shocking. Was it something that you expected?
It was 5 weeks in the ICU, and it was just one thing after the other, like a domino effect. It was multiple organ failure. I knew he had been diagnosed with something rare before we got married. It had to do with his immune system, and it was always positioned as chronic and manageable. Deep inside, I knew that we may not be holding hands at 80, 90.
But Bobby cherishes the time she did have with Michael.
When Michael and I were going through some of the hardest times, it was so simple. That simplicity was magic. You woke up, you worried about what mattered, and you were so grateful for what you had.
It's so weird to think about little conversations. Oh, my husband did this, my husband did that.
It's okay, my friends still call me and, we'll do the, this happened. And you feel ashamed for being in pain, but you still want people to share things with you and make you feel connected. But it is wild to experience the clarity.
What does that mean?
In the middle of those conversations, to want to support your friend and her perspective of what's happening, but to deeply feel the clarity of, it doesn't matter. Who cares that he didn't do the laundry? I'm sorry it's annoying, but he's here. And I wake up trying to find some t-shirts that still smell like Michael. Which ones weren't washed,
Subways are trains to travel underground.
What? And at just 5, their son Miles is also looking for ways to cope.
That's the most painful because I'm his mom. One night at bedtime, he asked me, who invented it and why? And I thought he was gonna ask me about a truck or something. Yeah. And he said, this life. I was stunned. Yeah. And he's like, I just don't understand why we all can't be angels. And he was still trying to figure out how we could all be together.
Oh my God!
What do you think Michael would be thinking right now of you and Miles and where you are in this moment?
He had this easiness to him, and I was always stressing out. And he would just be like, it's okay, it's gonna be okay.
He always did say that, didn't he?
I think he's probably trying to tell me it's gonna be okay in some way.
Is it gonna be okay?
I hope so. I'm so scared.
You said, in this moment, I'm so lucky. How?
Instead of worrying about that I lost him, I think the little time he had, he gave to me. I'm really, really lucky.
And Bobby is obviously in a lot of grief, but she says that grief is, she actually sits with that because it reminds her of how much she loved and loves him, continues to love him. She actually said she's more in love today, on that day than she has been throughout her marriage to Michael. And the other thing she said, which struck me, was if we're thinking about reaching out to somebody and you're afraid, like, not right now, she was like, just do it. Yeah. Just do it, because sometimes we're afraid. And she was touched. I told her when I left, Savannah was like, please, and I said, Savannah was, when I left, she was, everyone's embracing you. We have your arms around you. And she got weepy and she said, that's my other family. So,
I love her so much. Yeah. I mean, just what she's doing amazes me. She's so strong, but she's also sincere. She tells the truth.
Yes.
It hurts. But she's also that love that she's feeling for for Michael and missing him. It means a lot to Miles too.
Yes.
To see that love.
But the idea that she said she's not sure it's going to be okay.
Not sure.
Yeah.
You know what? I think it's healing to a lot of people. Her sincerity, you don't know who she may have touched even this morning.
And by the way, she kept saying, and she almost felt guilty about feeling bad. She goes, do you know how many more people have lost people over this pandemic? But anyway, she says it's okay when people say it's going to get better, you're going to meet someone. She said, please don't say those kinds of things. Yeah. I think people do it with good intent, but
and there's no right way to grieve. I mean,
no.
there isn't,
Yeah.
Everybody's journey.
Yes, but our hearts are with Bobby.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Shining a light on one of Hoda's favorite organizations.
So pumped up, guys. It's called Groove With Me, a community that was hard hit by the pandemic, and I'm real happy to donate to that group. And thankfully, the kids are now back in class. And this summer marks its 25th year. So we thought something special was in order. So we had this idea. So one of my favorite photographers is YouTube star Jordan Matter. He takes iconic photos of dancers and other action heroes. Well, he's also taken a few shots of someone really near and dear to me. It was actually my very first photo shoot with Haley. So anyway, Jordan agreed to take pictures of the Groove With Me girls out on the town for their very own celebrity shoot. Take a look.
Wow.
When I was born, I knew dance was going to be the only thing I would ever want to do.
I'm capable of anything when I dance. It's just me feeling every emotion that I feel in my body.
Dancing makes me feel like I should just spread love. Whenever I spin, I feel like I'm a bird in the air just spinning on a nice fluffy cloud.
Groove With Me it's like a second home. That's what it is.
Outside of Groove With Me, I'd say our girls have to grow up fast.
Our neighborhood is like a cave with a bunch of bears fighting because a lot of people fight in our neighborhood.
Living in East Harlem, you always have to be very cautious. There's people who secretly carry guns, people who try to rob you, and then people who are drunk all the time.
But while they're at Groove With Me, they have a completely different experience.
You feel safe and free and ready just to fly to get out of what struggles you have. When I see the little kids dancing, it feels nostalgic because it's like I was in their shoes once.
I know that they're trying their best. The bigger girls impress me by doing all these things. That makes me feel like you gotta keep trying and trying and trying.
Black and brown girls in East Harlem attend college at a lower rate than the national average. But 100% of girls that Groove With Me attend college because girls that Groove With Me have learned that they matter.
I see other people graduate high school or graduate college. It helps me not give up on me. It makes me feel really special, which is what I'm supposed to feel about myself.
When COVID hit, we thought we'd be closed for 2 weeks. We were closed for 8 months.
I was like, what am I gonna do? Am I still gonna be a famous dancer when I grow up? I was crying.
The girls didn't have a place to go outside of home.
I actually lost one of my grandmas, which made me very, very sad. We didn't say goodbye to her. We didn't hug her. When I finally got to come back, I was so happy. So happy. When I say so happy, I mean so happy.
We raised 85% less this year than in previous years. If we don't raise the money, obviously we can't run the program.
If I could never dance, I would be heartbroken because dancing is my life.
We don't care if they become dancers. We care that they feel good about themselves so they make good choices and they get to have great futures.
When I grow up, I want to be a businesswoman.
I want to be a clinical psychologist,
a doctor,
an astronomer.
I'm going to be famous.
When they tell me these big careers, it provides hope, that they're looking at where they are right now and noticing that it isn't permanent.
When people see me dance, I want them to know that you gotta believe in yourself.
If you believe that you can go that high and you can go that far, then you will. What I learned from Groove With Me is that you're not alone and that when life brings you down, stand up and dance to fly above it.
Wow. Come on, didn't you fall in love? You kind of did. We want to thank Jordan Matter for taking those incredible shots. He's got great work. He's got a YouTube channel. He's got a book out. But when you go back to Groove With Me for those kids, it gave them some place to go after school, a purpose. So while other kids didn't have a place to go, they did. The high school graduation rate is in the 90+, and again, the college graduation rate, 100%. So Abby McGrath, who's the founder of that organization, is doing a great job.
The photographs are so beautiful. They should make a coffee book table book and sell it.
Ooh, that's a great
And all
idea.
the
You should
proceeds
tell them
should
that.
go to Groove
There you
With
go.
Me.
That's
brilliant.
brilliant.
How about that?
We could raise money for
Yeah.
that.
That's what I'm.
It's brilliant.
Oh my goodness.
Why not? It's absolutely beautiful. Y'all right
Of
over
all
there.
the stories we heard today, this is what I'm like bawling over. But I will say this, as a short brown girl who used to dance, you know, when you think of ballet, you think of these tall swan-like figures. So it's challenging sometimes to love to dance, but not look like what a dancer is supposed to look like. So when you go to a class like that and you look around, there are other girls who look like you, and it feels good. I live in Harlem. I know what they're going through. So it just hit me on so many levels. That is so important. That program is so important.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
If there ever was a list of people we'd love to have as our first studio guest back in the studio, you better believe numero uno would be the lady we have today, Tina Fey.
Yes, we made the list. She's on it. She's a 9-time Emmy winner. And while some of us were catching up on old shows over quarantine, Tina was working on new ones, including the hilarious Hoda's very favorite show of all time, Girls 5 Eva. It's about a one-hit wonder girl group from the 90s who reunite for a second chance at fame.
And we are so happy to have Tina here today. Ladies and gentlemen, the one deal with Tina Fey. Yes!
We did it!
Yes! We did it! We did it! Hi, Tina.
Hi. Tina, we're sorry we don't have a bus, but our budget is a little...
We're at the fourth hour.
Yeah.
We're going to get you a cab. But we want to congratulate you first and foremost. We've got a second season, because I'm part of
Yeah,
our...
no,
By the way, 100%.
She actually is a producer. I don't know if you know that.
I feel like, yes. We have season 2 was announced yesterday. Girls 5 Eva will be doing a season 2, which is fantastic news, mostly for Hoda, but for us as well.
No, Hoda sent me the first 5 episodes, and she is your number one fan.
I was literally begging Jenna to watch. I said...
She didn't have to beg me too
I
hard.
didn't, yeah.
But the best part is that she also says, you'll relate with this part. For example, when Paula Pell sweats a lot.
Sweats through her clothes.
And throws water. But the writing is so funny, and it is relatable, even though it's about something that most of us will not experience, which is being in a wonder group.
Yeah, even though it's about women who are in a band, it's super relatable. Meredith Scardino is the writer-creator, and she is one of the funniest humans ever. And yeah, it's really about kind of like, you know who you were when you were 20, but who are you now when you're about 40, and what friendships do you bring with you, and you know, and I think also in terms of pop music and culture, we're all looking back now at the 90s being like, oh, some of the stuff we thought was normal was not normal.
Yes.
That's very true.
Well, it's funny, the writing's funny, the singing is funny, but it also has a real soul to it. I like that part of the show. And it's kind of cool to watch these girls find their voice in their 40s and 50s. I was just curious, like, when did you feel like, you know what, actually, I'm saying what I think now. Now I'm stepping up for myself.
That's a great question. I think, you know, somewhere after 40, where you just feel a calm about, like, no, I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. I think that was a good turning point for me personally.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. You have 2 girls, and one of them is in this show. Stars as Busy Phillips' daughters. What's it like to watch them come into their own? Because, you know, so many times as moms, we like want to hold their hands. Were you a stage mommy?
The only stage mom thing I did that I was like, wow, this is not great, was our daughter Penelope was on set and she was doing a great job. And then, like, you know, it takes a long time to shoot things, and it was getting to be when you kind of try to finish stuff before you break for lunch. There she is. And I had a moment where I thought she was getting a little tired, and I was like, give her a Snickers. Which is like the worst kind of stage mom thing to be like, give them a Red Bull. But I didn't give her a Red Bull. You know, Snickers.
By the way, I have to say these women sing so beautifully, and I'm convinced that one of their songs is going to wind up on the charts because
it's going to tuck it into existence.
I was a Brady Bunch fan. I think I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun's calling my name. I mean, if it is possible there, I think it can be possible. You guys do have an album out, essentially, right?
Yeah, we have this album out. What happened was that, you know, there are, I think, something like 31 songs or tiny pieces of songs in the first season, and some of them you just hear a tiny snippet. But then we realized, because it was Peacock, that we could have end credits sequence, that Jeff Richmond, our composer, and Meredith were like, oh, we should finish the songs. And so it was so funny to hear, you know, we'd hear like a little bit of Dawn's I'm Afraid song about all her anxieties, and then Meredith would send the rest. She would write the rest of the lyrics, and they would literally be handing them to Sarah in the booth, being like, sing this now. And people were just crying, laughing in the booth at these new jokes and also at her beautiful voice.
People should listen to I'm Afraid, but do it when your kids aren't in the room, but it is so hilarious.
Hi, Today All Day. We have a great show for you on this Monday morning, including an empowering interview with the granddaughters of entertainment legends. But let's kick it off with pop star. There are so many things we love about fixer-upper star Chip Gaines, and today he has an exclusive announcement you can only see here. Take a look. Guess what?
What?
Carson is here.
I'm frozen.
He's back. You guys, we're
People at home have no idea. Have you reported?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can you see the goosebumps? Seriously, we can.
Oh, actually, yeah.
I don't
Please
know
zoom
if
in
look
there.
at the hair on Dylan's arm.
I like it cold. My house is 65 at all times. This is like
55.
This is legit meat locker situation.
A cold front.
I'm going to be jerky by the end of the show.
Well, welcome.
Well, let's get to Pop Star. It's good to be back. First up, Bob Ross, the iconic artist behind possibly one of the most calming shows to ever air on television. That is The Joy of Painting. Is the subject of a new Netflix documentary titled Bob Ross, Happy Accidents, Betrayal, and Greed. The doc tells us the untold story of the famous painting instructor's career and the shocking battle over his business empire. And in an exclusive first look at the film, we see the joy Ross felt from teaching new students. Have a look.
Bob liked the thrill of watching a new student smile with a fresh, new, beautiful painting. Bob would just make him so happy, it's unreal. It's like, man, did I do this? I couldn't have. Yes, you did.
There's a lot going on besides painting, and I think people are aware of that and they enjoy that.
I want to know more.
Bob Ross, Happy Accident, what's in the title? Betrayal and Greed. You wouldn't expect those
Not
things.
at all. Turn there, Carson.
That's right. That hits Netflix this Wednesday. Next up, our buddy Chip Gaines. There's so many things we've come to love about Chip, the fixer-upper star. And high on that list, of course, would have to be his beautiful head of hair. So big news from Chip now about those flowing golden locks. He's decided to chop them off, but it's for a good cause. Starting today, Chip is teaming up with St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital for a fundraising event to benefit their life-saving mission of finding cures and saving children. 4 years ago, Chip did this. He launched the first Operation Haircut and raised $230,000 on social media. This time around, for every fundraising milestone he hits, Chip has agreed to chop off an additional extra inches of his hair. If you'd like some more information about Chip Gaines' hair, you can go to his Instagram page, and we'll be sure and give you details on the website that we have too, today.com. That campaign begins today and runs through Friday. Good for him. Next up, Justin Timberlake. You guys teased this a little while ago. He sings, he dances, and apparently he works at Target. Not really, but there's a video out now that's gone viral. It's seen over 2 million times, and it shows Justin behind the register. He's ringing up his buddy's purchases inside a Target.
You got icebreakers?
Yeah, I got the speaker and the drink.
What else did you want?
Yeah, just a piece of gum.
Gum?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Interesting strategy there. He rings up the gum and the mints and he just puts them right back on the
Wait,
table.
what is he doing?
Seems to have
He has
been
a lot
a
to learn.
successful trip. There's another video posted it to TikTok by Douglas Anthony where the two are seen just jamming in the parking lot with a speaker in hand. This happens in California a lot.
It happens all the time.
If you like walking out, you see like a regular person in California, like, my God, that guy looks just like Keanu Reeves, and you realize, oh, it is Keanu.
Yeah.
It's California.
And for the most part, sometimes they leave people alone. I was just telling Tom I had LL Cool J on my flight 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Nobody even recognized that it was him. I'm like, the skull cap. I didn't say he was in having a moment. He had his earphones in, and nobody bothered him. So that's how it works.
Next up, Harrison Ford, the Indiana Jones star, who's used to playing a hero on screen, made a quick stop over the weekend. This is a great story. At a London firehouse to brighten a real-life hero's day. The Westminster London Fire Brigade tweeted, Han Solo comes to Soho. Mr. Ford was kind enough to congratulate firefighter Andrew Shaw on his last night shift for 31 years of service. That is one pretty cool send-off into retirement for Mr. Shaw. Ford is currently in London shooting the 5th installment of Indiana Jones. And finally, Gwen Stefani, our buddy, celebrated a pretty big milestone for their family over the weekend. Her son Zuma is officially a teenager. Gwen sharing a look inside the birthday celebrations with Blake and the other boys there. You got Zuma in the middle. It's Apollo and Kingston. And tugging at the heartstrings with this sweet post on Instagram writing, happy 13th birthday to my Zuma baby. We love you so much. They grow up so fast.
Oh, that's so
they
sweet.
do. Great. You know, so happy birthday.
I love that. Did you know Dylan Dreyer's first concert ever? No Doubt. Was No Doubt
Wow, you are young. That's awesome.
person I was allowed to go to, yeah.
Out of college and went on tour with No Doubt.
What was your first concert, Carson?
Ziggy Marley.
Ziggy Marley.
County Bowl, Santa Barbara.
Really quickly, while we're talking.
You know, I don't even want to say this. Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer. That was big in Miami. Yeah.
And mine was MC Hammer and Boys to Men.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good show.
There you
Hammer
go.
put on a good show.
I wanted to be a Hammer girl. Really.
Dylan's with BTS? Is that what you said it was?
Couple weeks.
The Jonas Brothers?
Yeah, that was a little more recent. Coming up next on Today Talks, we are sharing a simple trick to remember people's names. That's a good one. Stay with us.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Dylan and Tom Yamas join me for an Overheard on Third you don't want to miss. Take a look.
It is time for Overheard on Third. I notice I'm wearing some sriracha from the last segment. It's that good, you'll want to wear it. So today we're actually talking about some parenting mistakes. And on Reddit, mom and dads actually shared how parents could learn from their own mistakes before it's too late. Some were, really heartfelt, like make sure you make time for your kids because, time goes so fast. Others suggest, don't make one parent good cop and the other parent bad cop. Yeah. But some were more fun, a little more humorous, like those baby clothes made with the really wide necks. That's so you, which I just told you.
Yeah, I didn't know
that's
about
so you
that.
could put it on, foot
From the
first,
bottom?
as opposed to trying to squeeze it over their head. Who knew?
Are you sure about that? I don't.
Yes, you've
Okay.
never tried it?
Never
It's
tried
the
it,
easiest way to take it off, too.
Like a
'Cause if they
onesie?
especially if they go to the bathroom, through,
Yeah.
and they go through
Right,
the
you don't wanna
diaper,
get in their face
you don't
or
want to
head,
rub it up
yeah.
on their face, so you pull it
I
down.
gotta find these clothes. Okay.
Who knew? Are there any parenting mistakes that you would like to share? I don't really have any.
Oh, look at Mr.
None?
Miss Perfect Parent
Oh,
here.
no,
Yeah.
no, I'm trying to think of mistakes that I've made. I'm just so perfect. No, I'm just kidding. No, I can't think of anything. Give me one.
I'll help you out. You know, we were really lax about our kids sleeping and coming to our bed. And we went through that phase with each of them where they'd come to our bed, we have to go back, and then I meet some parents who are like, we never, this is how I travel with my kids here in the back of a Yeti backpack. But
so cute.
you know, you meet parents sometimes are like, we never allowed that. We locked our door, or we like sent them straight away. It took us a while. All of them are sleeping in their beds. Our 3-year-old will sometimes come
back in. Can I tell you something, though? I don't think that was a mistake. I actually regret not doing that because I feel like, so our little guy, he had his own little space, he had his own little room, and so he just kind of knew that was his space. Right. But now that he's like 12 and almost taller than me, like I want him to snuggle.
You're going into his bed.
If you're in a phase where your little one is constantly crawling into your bed and you're like, it eventually will end, and those days go by so fast.
Calvin's in that phase right now. We tried buying one of those clocks, you know, where it
we've
turns
done that.
green when he can come in. But then when he comes in, so there's a clock, it's red, he can't leave the bed. But when it's green, he can leave the bed. So I set it to like 2 o'clock in the morning. So he comes in at like 2.
They have like stuffies like that too, little toys,
but then he comes in and he's like, yay, mommy. And I'm like, how could I give this up? It's just
because then they get too big, and like our little guy he'll go like horizontal, and it's just
true. Yeah, and then you add the dog in and stuff. So we talked about this before the break, trying to remember names.
Yeah.
Are you good with names?
I'm not good at it.
I'm terrible.
Try to. I mean,
the second you tell me your name, it's forgotten.
I know. It's such a horrible quality, and I want to be better.
I do want to be better. Well, we can be better because there's an article in the Washington Post that here is a trick that you can do. So someone tells you their name, say it back to yourself 10 seconds later, okay? Then say their name in your head again, then 30 seconds later, say their name again, then 2 minutes later, then 5 minutes later, then 10 minutes later. Just keep remembering to say their name in your head over and over. It seems like a lot of work.
That is a lot of work.
Sounds like
and that should help to remember somebody's
you have to really be worth it for me to be
I try to do like the association, like, okay, your name is the same name as my sister-in-law or something like, so that way I'm like, okay, I don't forget.
Or if your name's like Joaquin, I'll remember that.
Right. Well, that's my problem, is because my name is unusual. You too.
Dylan,
People tend to remember unusual names.
No, like I was like writing notes down. I was like, what are their names? Okay, okay.
All right, real quick. One, we were also talking about this. There's another article in the Washington Post. Have you ever had a dream about your significant other that just kind of set you off and upset you? And have you ever woke up mad the next morning?
Oh, yeah.
Has that happened to you guys?
It just happened the other day. I had a dream that I was running outside to tell Brian something, and he was standing there with a bag of frozen French fries, and I was crying my eyes out. And I said, where are you going? He's like, well, I'm going to go meet the girls from Saturday Night Live. And I was like, no. Okay, so then I wake up, and the next day I was so mad at him.
Oh my gosh.
Because like he left me to go eat French fries with another girl.
Wait, are the girls from SNL kind of cool?
I don't even know what he said. Which girls were they?
But it's a dream. Oh, it is.
He doesn't know anything.
That's hilarious.
I'm not alone, right?
Well, you're lucky.
Yeah, I've had the same thing, like where you're, and this is gonna sound so weird, but you dream your spouse is with like hanging out with someone else. And you're like, what? And you wake up upset. And you're like, what was going on last night?
Oh, she's so pretty.
Yeah, there she is. And she's trying to like all these dudes are trying to hang out with her. I'm like, stop talking to them.
She's mine. That's good stuff. We'll be right back. You guys need psychologists or something. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, the ladies share the women they follow on social media for inspiration.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jenna. Jenna sits down with the granddaughters of Lucille Ball, Audrey Hepburn, and Eleanor Roosevelt to hear the lessons they learned from their legendary grandmothers. Take a look.
I feel like every time you turn around, if you look, there's an inspiring, someone who inspires you. And sometimes it's like someone who you meet and you're like, oh my God, how did you do that? How are you so driven?
Yes.
Yeah, and like, let's talk about those.
Okay. So since we're celebrating women, let's do a little fun game we call Celebrating Women. Okay. So who was the woman when you were young that you looked up to?
Well, I looked up to my mom, but I actually looked up to all the women in our family because on my mom's side, I knew my mom grew up in Egypt, and her mother was among the first female doctors, and her aunt was the first female lawyer in Egypt. So when I walked around, you thought like, oh my God, that blood's in my veins. Like I can do things, and you don't think about it, but you go, oh my gosh, I've got that.
How cool
that
is that, by the way?
Was
and
really
then
cool.
You were one of the first women to be a women-only team.
Yeah. Oh my God.
You're right. Today Show.
That's something. That's something. That's something. All right. Tell me about you.
It's the women in my family too. Like it's almost cliche to say that your mom and your grandmothers taught you to use your voices, but of course they were the ones that we watched. And I'm named after my grandma Jenna, whom nobody really knows.
Yeah.
She never graduated. My mom's mom. She never graduated from college, but she studied at Midland Community College her entire life till she had to quit driving.
Wait, what?
And she didn't travel the way that my other grandmother traveled, but she read National Geographic and dreamed of it. So she taught me to love to read too.
Who did you interview that really struck you and you're like, wow?
Maya Angelou.
Oh my God, tell me.
And she wrote a book about her mom. Speaking of womanhood, she wrote a book about her mom, and I was pregnant with my first child, Mila. And I sat in her home and, just wept.
I'm getting chills
It was the best. I mean, she was somebody that I always admired. What about you?
Oh my God. I mean, I've interviewed so many cool people. I just interviewed Roz Brewer, who's the new CEO of Walgreens. I adore Viola Davis. If I want to feel uplifted on social media, we only have a second. But Viola is like my go-to number one. You hit her thing, she's always lifting people up.
I followed her because of you. Okay. Lucille Ball, Audrey Hepburn, Eleanor Roosevelt, women you all know and admire who broke barriers in entertainment and politics and paved the way for generations to come.
Well, now, we want you to meet their granddaughters, who we had the opportunity to meet recently. They shared some of their fondest memories and the lessons they learned from their legendary grandmothers.
It says right here, we work miracles.
In the 1950s, Lucille Ball broke new ground in television with her series I Love Lucy, along the way becoming one of the most iconic entertainers of all time. But for Kate Luck and Bill Connor, her recollections of the woman who is her grandmother are a little different. You were 4 years old when your grandma, you called her Nana, when she passed away. Do you have memories of her from back then?
I do. She was really involved in my life at that time. She would wrap my little tufts of hair in these curlers and put me in silk pajamas. She loved being a grandma.
As you grew up after she had passed, did you have any idea, just how big she was?
I didn't watch the show a lot as a kid, and then I started watching it in my 20s. I called my mom one day, in a tizzy, and said, Mom, this show is really funny.
Might have had a meaty match.
Of course, Lucille and Desi Arnaz were married for a time off-screen as well, after giving birth to Kate's mother, Lucy Arnaz, and later a son, Desi Jr. Lucille went on to become the first female head of a major Hollywood studio, Desilu. Your Nana didn't set out to become an icon.
No. And she didn't even want to be the head of the studio. And she still called Desi all the time and said, what do? I don't want to do this. But she just did things because she had to, you know? She wore pants because she liked pants, not because she wanted to say women should wear pants.
Just as Lucille was ruling the small screen in the 1950s, Audrey Hepburn was making her mark on the big screen.
Well, hello, how are you?
Reaching a level of fame her granddaughter Emma Ferrer is still struggling to grasp.
I know you never got to meet your grandmother. How old were you when you realized the impact that she had?
I still haven't truly realized the impact that she's had. My dad sat me down probably when I was about 4 and tried to explain. And slowly I started going to friends' houses and seeing that she was in a poster in their kitchen, or I would see her on a t-shirt or on handbags. And I kind of was like, you know, I guess this actually is a bigger deal than I thought it was.
An avid dancer in her teens, Audrey was just 24 years old when she earned an Oscar for her role in Roman Holiday.
Thank you so very much.
You're in your mid-20s, which is when your grandmother was this huge Hollywood icon. How do you reckon with that?
When 21 rolled around and I was like, okay, what have I done? It's kind of like inevitable to compare and despair, as they say. It's like this dichotomy of wishing that I had had the chance to know her and also feeling like really intimidated by who she is and how like amazing she is.
Well, I've got a wonderful idea.
Audrey's role in Breakfast at Tiffany's solidified her status as a fashion icon, and some of her looks live on through Emma today.
I have like sweaters that I just have worn so much over the years, and I'll put it on and like forget that it's hers, and then I'll like be painting and be like, wait, no, don't get paint on this. Stop.
Audrey had 2 children, including Emma's father, Sean Hepburn Ferrer. In the 1970s, she stepped out of the spotlight and focused on motherhood. Later, she would embrace her role as a UNICEF ambassador, up until losing her battle to cancer at just 63 years old.
Sometimes it's hard to be connected to somebody that you didn't really know, but probably plays a huge part in your life. How do you stay close with her?
Having sort of begun my own journey working with humanitarian organizations, this has been a way for me to really kind of feel a connection to her in her UNICEF years. I think that she really revolutionized what we take for granted today, a celebrity of her magnitude associated with a cause like she was. I don't know if we can really appreciate how revolutionary that impact was.
Revolutionary is how many remember former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, including her granddaughter Anne Roosevelt and her great-granddaughter Tracy Roosevelt.
She was a person who said, I want things to change. I want my life to change. And then she just would go do it.
Something that was really important to her was making sure that women could stand on equal footing economically. I really do feel like she just set this amazing example.
Later known for her outspokenness, Eleanor was initially reluctant to step into the public eye. She became First Lady in 1933 at age 48, during her husband, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's first of 4 terms as president.
There was a quote where she said, I'm just going to be a plain, ordinary First Lady, which I think anybody that studied her knows that is not the case.
I really think she didn't want the role. She didn't want to have the spotlight trained on her, and so part of her was terrified.
She was very humble, and so I think that she thought sort of, why me? Why am I going to be in the spotlight now?
Eleanor went on to redefine the role of First Lady, holding press conferences, writing columns, and fighting for human rights. But to her family, she will always be Grandmère.
What do you feel like in your family her legacy has been?
We all have a love for Grandmère.
You see inspiration from Eleanor Roosevelt that we each take, because she was never afraid of standing up. She was not a bystander.
Generations of young people still resonate to her vulnerability, her humility, her determination, her courage to stand out, to not be silent.
Isn't it so cool to see how these awesome women are carrying out their grandmother's legacies and doing such incredible work on their own right?
Today Talks continues after the break. We're whipping up a traditional Filipino dish with Chef Jordan Andino for Make Ahead Monday. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It is time for a media edition of Make Ahead Monday, and Jordan Andino, chef and owner of Flip Siggy here in New York, is going to show us how to make a pork adobo. Jordan, good morning. I've never had this before, but I've been nibbling little bites, and this is amazing. What did you do?
Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Yeah, adobo just in general is the national dish of the Philippines. So I feel as a Filipino, my goal is to give it to everyone and educate everyone on how delicious and simple this is.
Well, if this is simple, I'm all in because it's amazing.
How do you get to start? I'm like starving.
I don't know. I think you're I've got a fork in front of
So
me.
you actually started with a large cut of meat, which I feel like most people can find somewhat intimidating. How do you start?
Yeah, so that's why. So I have a glove right here just for in terms of time management. But right here you have actually a pork butt or a pork shoulder. So what I like about this is that it's a delicious cut of meat, but it just takes some time to braise. It's cheap, it's easy, and it's not that intimidating. Notice it's really big. All you got to do, it's typically boneless and skinless.
Okay.
So all you got to do is just pretty much cut it up into maybe 1.5, 2-inch cubes. It doesn't need to be pretty. You kind of just go at it and just make large cubes so that it just cuts the cooking time down from like 3 hours to maybe 2 hours instead.
Oh my gosh,
so
it's so
super
good.
simple. Yeah, you just have the, chunks like this. As you guys can see, it's not, too crazy.
Okay.
And then once you break down your big piece, you'll have kind of your nice bowl of like already chopped up meat right there. You guys are enjoying it already.
So what are you adding? What are you adding?
Yeah, where is all this flavor coming from?
The flavor is coming, like before it starts to braise.
Yeah, so all you have to do, it's pretty simple at that point. Once it's cut, let's pretend the stove top is right here. We have my pot. All you got to do is add a little bit of oil to the base, and this is going to help you saute and caramelize everything and garner a lot more flavor from the minced garlic, which I just threw in. And then after that, once the garlic browns, you're going to throw in your pork shoulder that you just cut. So you're just going to put that in and just let that really kind of brown and just get some more flavor and a little bit of caramelization.
It's not too hard. You know what I mean? Like
Yes. No, it's perfect.
So delicious.
Yeah, no, and it's supposed to be just delicious and easy. After that, the flavor that you guys are getting comes from a couple of things. It's going to be your oyster sauce, which is like, seafood, oyster flavored sauce, along with a little bit of sriracha, which is kind of you're going to give your hot and sweetness right there. But really what I want to concentrate on the flavors are these three ingredients right here. You have your swan sea soy, and then your dati puti vinegar, and then your mushroom soy sauce.
Where do you get those?
My grandmother's going to kill me. These are the 3 combination recipe to make the adobo, and the true Filipinos out there will really appreciate these.
Yeah, that vinegar,
Secret's
you
out.
can
Yeah,
taste
so
that
all you got to
vinegar.
do, basically all you got to do is just pour all this in there. It's super simple. You just pour it in. It's about like 3/4 cup of the swan soy, 3/4 cup of the dark mushroom soy. Those have a lot of sodium in it, so you don't need to add any salt. That's going to give you that awesome flavor. And then that tanginess that you guys are tasting is from this cane sugar vinegar from the Philippines here.
Oh, yeah.
Where can you buy that?
So, there's a couple of we'll call them Asian marts all around, like Queens, Jersey, and in the East Village. And also Chinatown. It's hard to find, but once you do find it, these are ingredients that you always want to keep stocked. because it's so delicious and it's a great replacement for just your regular kind of white vinegar.
Well,
It's so good.
But you know,
Jordan, I'm
yeah, and
enjoying
then so
this over rice, but I know you can also, once you're left with all these leftovers, you can turn it into this amazing torta.
Yum.
Yeah, you're right. You know, so, you know, once it's done, you know, you have your beautiful plate like this, which you guys are having, and then you have your torta. So your torta, which you guys have right there, are, you know, that's how we get to the leftover Mondays, because you make a big, you know, batch of this 2-pound pork. You got to build a sandwich. So I have this, I have mine right here. All you guys got to see right there is you have your, you know, your toast and then your meat, and it's already made. All you got to do is just start building it. So you have your bottom bun, a little bit of mayo, a little bit of hot sauce. But the real concentration here are your pickled onions. So I started with very simple pickled onions. It's just salt, sugar, white vinegar. Boil it, throw in some red onions, and you get that beautiful pink color there.
So good.
Yeah, it's going to add like a really nice tang.
Hey, real quick, yeah, because pork is so hard to cook for some people. And I got to say, I'm Cuban, so like Filipinos, we eat a lot of pork. This is amazing. How do you know when your pork's done?
Okay, that's a great question. So I'm going to show you guys what that's supposed to look like. So as you guys can see, you know because of how tender everything is. So all you got to do is just cook it, braise it for pretty much like 2 hours, and then you're going to get this. And I'll give you a nice little reveal real quick. It should look something like that.
Oh, okay.
So any of you guys can see it. It just really just falls apart. So here's how you know. You know that everything's ready. You just got to take your pork, put it on a plate, and then you're going to see how easy it is. You just take a fork or two and just press it.
Wow.
There you go.
That's why it's so delicious.
And you're going to see how quickly it is to pull, because that's how you know it's done. 2 hours, medium heat. And look at that. It just comes apart like that.
Jordan, we are out of time, but we
have happy plates.
We can't stop eating.
We've eaten all of our
I've had sauce all over my face, so I'm trying to keep this clean. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Delicious.
Of course, guys. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. You have to make them.
I'm still holding my fork. How are you?
Good.
You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, oh gosh, I'm just remembering now. Like, I had such a fear of heights. And growing up in Australia, everyone seems to be jumping off something, going rock climbing. Everyone's doing something to do with heights, roller coasters. And it was a nightmare because I had all older brothers and sisters. So I was trying to keep up with them. And I'll never forget, we went on a school trip. I was probably 12, and it was the first time I'd rock climbed.
Oh, geez.
And so my group were there, and I was the first one up. So I'm halfway up this rock climb, and I freeze. I'm actually just thinking about it. I absolutely froze, and the guy's trying to encourage me, and I can hear snickering from the other 15 kids. And it just got worse and worse. I'm shaking. The guy said, "You're going to have to come down." I said, no, I'm not coming. No, I'm going to get there. And he goes, no, you're coming down. So he lowers me down, and I can just hear the laughter. And I started to cry, and I turned to them and I said, well, you just wait till you try it. You just wait. You wait. It's really hard. So I come down. They're all like snickering, and one by one, they all
went
just
to the top?
No problem. They just flew up. And for the next 3 years, it literally became. That was the catchphrase. So anything I did in school, and people would be like, well, you just wait till you have to try it. Like, all right, let's do this math test. Well, you wait till you have to try it. And I'm like, never lived it down. So I actually went to the diving board at our school, and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it. And now I love it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to like look it in the eye?
Totally.
And do it?
I am quite I was a fearful kid, fearful of heights, fearful of the dark. I never liked being in a house on my own. And then when people say what's your biggest fear, it's fear itself for me, because it just stops you living. It stops you enjoying so many things. And so I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Wait, you would do that without?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So why have you got one set up?
There's no way.
We are 101 floors up. Could be.
I know.
Well, be a first.
Well, you're like an action guy too, so you have to kind of
pretend.
You don't really do any of that stuff. How do you teach your kids to overcome fear? Like, what's the way to teach?
That's a really good question. The first thing I teach them now, which I didn't, is to admit it. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to say you're scared. It's not embarrassing to be scared. It's normal. And by the way, sometimes it's a really smart thing to be scared, right? As a parent, I think the amount of things I should have been more scared of, you know, but just admit it and don't be harsh on yourself. I think my main message to them now is no good comes out of being harsh. Harshness doesn't really achieve anything, even with yourself. You can be firm with yourself, you can push yourself a little bit, but do it with more loving ways. So, you know, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Because we all know that there are hurdles in life and you have to kind of push through them, whether it be the first date, the SAT, whatever that first test, you do have to push through it, but my philosophy is to be kinder about it to yourself.
They were right.
What about you?
Well, you know what though? I want to tell you one thing. They were right. We have a woman who works with me who does hair and a woman who works with me who does makeup. And they said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. And I just want to say that they were right.
Oh, thank you.
They were right. They were right. They're not here.
They're not here. No.
They're not here.
Long
But
time.
they were right. They were right.
Thank you.
So that's such a great trait. Wow. I mean, because it's in this business, it's hard to keep that, I think.
Yeah, well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, I'll give you the opposite point of view.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah, the laughter, there
oh.
it is. Yeah, listen, I think for me, my first job in anything as an actor, I was 26. So I think it's really hard. I really feel for the kids who become very famous and successful early on in life. I mean, I didn't know. I would say 25 is when I started to get a little bit of a handle on who I was, where I was going. By 26, I mean, X-Men was my first real movie. In America, I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, sexiest man alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down at every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy, you know. So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, I was just thinking about the projects you choose and why you choose them, because you choose so many. You're like such a Renaissance guy. I mean, I see you on Broadway. I saw your one-man show. I thought that was incredible.
Thank you.
See, in X-Men, you do all kinds of things. You're about to do The Music Man. You've got this movie that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
So when you're choosing a project, does it have to check a box, or do you go on gut, or what is it?
Gut, more and more. And if there's a box to be checked, I have to be a little bit nervous about it. I have to feel there's a challenge to it. That brings out the best in me. And also it means I know that I'm going to have to grow. You know, if I go, I've done that, I know how to do that, I probably wouldn't say yes. Director and script. So the story, director, the people you're working with are key, and then gut. More and more I trust my gut. And if I look back, the times I've trusted my gut, against all reason, it almost always works out.
All you have to do is follow my voice.
Tell me about Reminiscence. So when this project came to you, I know the director sought you out. I mean, came for you, literally came for you, said, this is for you. What appealed to you about this movie?
Well, first of all, Lisa Joy, who's one of the creators of Westworld, which I was a fan of and I think is amazing. I already knew of her work, so I was already very, very intrigued. She's an incredibly original, smart voice in our business. And so when she came to me, she did tell me, she said, you know, I wrote this 5 years ago. I wrote this before Westworld, but I knew I wouldn't get the money for it until I had a success behind me. But you were always the one in my mind. Now, whenever someone says that, I presume that Brad's turned it down, but that's fine. But actually, I do believe her. She did say it more than once, even after we'd finished the film. So, and it's incredibly humbling in a way to think that someone is thinking that they know your work or they think they know you. But for me, there was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that. At the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing like a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off, and I'm like, I have no idea where this is going. And that's such a rare thing when you watch a movie or when you read a script, you think, I have no idea where this is going. And I actually rang my agent 20 pages in, and I said, I'm doing this movie. I haven't even finished yet, I'm doing it. Gut.
Well, you play such a broken man. Like in the beginning, you're kind of fooled by you, and then you watch as your character just kind of unravels. How do you get into that head?
It's the real me. I do a lot of work in creating the character. So the thing I ask myself is, if someone had to play me, or if I had to play you, what would I need to know to play Hoda? And as soon as you ask yourself that question, you think, well, there's a hell of a lot more someone would need to know than what I present. You need to know a lot of the stuff that I cover up, that I don't want you to see, the things I'm embarrassed by, all the background. So I do all that work. And I really try to give each character that respect, because for me, that's the fun. That's the creation. That's the digging, the archaeology of acting and getting into humanity. So I do all that work, particularly around he's a decorated war veteran with obvious PTSD. So I did a lot of work on that and what that means and what the reality of that is. And there's a lot of research about it. And then try to imagine that character in this situation. Even though it's set in the future, it's very relevant to today.
Well, I saw the story is very dark too and twisted, and like you're always leaning in, what's happening, what's going on with those two, and it's electric. And I was looking back because I said, I wonder, it struck me just about your real life love. And I said, wow, look at Hugh, married 25 years.
Yeah, 25.
Like, is it like that?
No. We're not twisted, dark. You know Deb. Deb is the lightest, most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Like, you know, she, honestly, if you ever want to play the game, who's the happiest person in the room, Deb wins. Just know Deb wins. She literally, and I'm probably too much information, and she'll say, please don't. Anyway, this is Deb. When she goes to bed, she's like one of those dolls that when their eyes are open, as soon as they're horizontal, the eyes are closed, and then as soon as you tip them up, she wakes up in the morning like this. She's like, hey, morning, hi. What do we do? Oh, it's going to be so great. I'm just like, what? Back it up, slow it down, give me some coffee, give me a second. She's like, all right.
She's ready. She's ready to go.
She just makes the most of everything. Cut to Reminiscence, you know, played by the incredible Rebecca Ferguson, who plays May, who I was with in The Greatest Showman and who I love. That's a love story that borders on obsession.
Yeah.
When you fall so hard and fast in love with someone, and the question becomes, when you're in love with someone in the early throes of love, is it really the person you're seeing or what you want to see? And then in our story, that person disappears very quickly in the middle of that height of that romance. And then it becomes this obsession, find her and what's going on. And that leads me into the dark world. So, yeah, that's very different with Deb. I
got chills. I don't know why. Chills? I don't know why. I got it. I'm not sure why. I think it's that. Thinking about it just creeped me out a little bit.
Deb is, anyway.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, when you and Deb met, did you, was it was
I
just,
knew it was
instant. Yeah.
I knew it before her. Yeah. She'll often say, I had a New Year's resolution that year, I'm not going to date any more actors under 30. Meet my husband. Like, I knew early on, I don't know why, I'm very indecisive by nature. I'm not the kind of person, I don't go to dinner with me, it's a nightmare. I don't know, what do you think? I like the chicken, but what do you think? This looks good. And Deb was like, let's go. But with a few times in my life, Deb being one, I knew 100%. I just knew off the bat. Well, 2 weeks in. Off the bat would be a little crazy.
But 100% though, after a couple of weeks is amazing.
100%. Yeah. Deb actually tried to break up with me about 3 weeks into our relationship. This is the second time I'm sharing too much. Sorry, Deb. And it was obvious to me that she was getting ready. And normally, my playbook for that situation is, hey, I'm breaking up with you before you break up with me. I'm out, right? Yeah. And I just turned to her. We were driving back in the car, and I said, are you trying to work up the courage to break up with you? You're trying to, in your head? And she goes, yeah. I said, you just better get over it. It's not going to happen. I know it. And she went, okay. That was it. And as those words came out of my mouth, I was like, who's that guy talking? That's not me. But it was just, people often say, oh my God, marriage is so much work. And I just, there are some things you've got to live by, but it hasn't felt like that. It's been one of the best things.
By the way, eyes are a giveaway in life. Eyes
really?
are a giveaway. Yeah. And whenever you say her name, just saying her name, like, it's cool to see true love 25 years later.
Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for the opening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring is strong, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I love this movie for a bunch of reasons, but it's also about memory.
Right.
And you know, it's funny, as I was watching it too, I was actually thinking of a story you told a while ago. And it struck me, and I've retold it, and I've probably retold it wrong, and I've told it at speeches because I just loved it so much.
Right.
And it was the story of your first time at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm getting chills again. But I think because it defined something, I'm not sure why that spoke to me so, but sometimes I'll say it in a speech or whatever because it moved me. For people who don't know it, I know it's this little short story, but will you tell that again for me?
Misting up a little bit?
Yeah.
I am too, I have to tell you. So, my dad never missed a day of work in his life. He worked for Pricewaterhouse his whole life, literally one company. Never missed a day, except for 3. And that was when I was offered to sing at Carnegie Hall. He's so sweet. And it was a big moment for me, obviously. I'd never sung in America before at the time. And I rang my dad, who's always very supportive, no matter what I'm doing, no matter what. Hugh, when you played Van Helsing, that was just so great work. He had no interest in that movie at all. Yeah. So when I told him about Carnegie Hall, he was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be there. I'm totally coming. So he did. It was 3 days. It was a 24-hour flight from Sydney. Mm-hmm. He was there for 24 hours and then a 24-hour flight back, straight to the office. And I rang him and I said, Dad, it's black tie. As soon as you arrive, I'll be in touch with you and we'll arrange everything. So he arrived on the day of the performance. And so I found out while he was in the air that it wasn't black tie. And I was it was business casual or something. I was freaking out because I thought, well, maybe Dad is, maybe that's all he's brought. Maybe he's coming in playing gear and a black tie, right? So the moment he landed, I said, Dad, I'm so sorry, it's not black tie, it's business casual. And he goes, don't worry, Hugh, it's okay. It's fine, I've got all day, I'll sort it out. And then he said, do me a favor, if it's all right with you, I would really love to walk with you, pick you up at the hotel, and walk with you to the stage door at Carnegie Hall. I said, fine, meet me at 6 o'clock, we'll walk over together. So 6 o'clock on the dot, he's an accountant, very punctual. Knock on the door and I open it up and there is my father in full black tie, standing in the hallway. And I'm like, no, Dad, it's not black tie. I'm sorry, no. No one's wearing black tie except for the choir, the conductor, that's it. And he said, Hugh, my son is singing at Carnegie Hall. It's black tie for me. And so we walked over together and I'll never forget, he's a beautiful man. And I never forget seeing him because Carnegie Hall is quite lit up. And I'd sung my songs and I'm sitting down because it was like a concert and I could see him up there. Hoda, you've done it to me, now I'm getting emotional. He was just sitting up there crying. Yeah, it was a good moment. And then when the one-man show, I told that story and my dad came from Australia to see it and he was staying with me for a week. I told that story and I thought, I'm going to go out and my dad's here tonight. So I walk out and unbeknownst to me, Deb had told him that he said he's going to tell the story at Carnegie Hall, bring your black tie. So as I put the light on him, there he stood up in full black tie.
Oh,
it was like, I'm like, there's a bit of showbiz in my old man.
Look at that.
There goes the accountant.
How's he doing, by the way?
He's good.
He's okay?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he's doing good. And, and I luckily just had some time with him.
Oh, thank God,
because the pandemic was hard, not seeing my family for so long. And I'd been down there in Australia.
Yeah.
We arrived 4 days before the lockdown. And I was in Melbourne and we had to come straight back. So I hadn't seen my family for 2.5 years, which is way too long.
I know you've been practicing for the Music Man. We've seen you tap. I didn't know it was such a sweaty exercise. I had no idea. You're drenched.
It is the greatest workout ever. And it's so much fun. It's like drumming just without the drums.
Yeah.
It's probably just as annoying for everybody else in the house, unfortunately. But I tell you, if you want to work out for your legs, it is the best, and your core.
That's the one.
But I've been practicing right throughout the pandemic, but either in my home or as things lifted out with Warren, my choreographer, and Sarah, and I just thought, let's just keep going. I can't just not do anything for a year and a half. And also remember, we didn't know how long it was going to last. So I was meant to have started a year ago. Wow. And then we thought, it'll be September. I thought, we'll go. And then, it's going to be January. And then it just sort of extended. And I thought, I'll just keep going.
So are you pumped for Broadway? Can you believe it's opening? Like it's really happening. This is a real thing.
I just can't believe it's been closed this long.
Yeah.
That just keeps hitting me. Yeah. And I wish I'd been in the audience for some of these first. Like some of these, it must have been incredible. Mm-hmm. And I can't believe it, but I'm so excited to be part of it. To be there as Broadway opens up again, and also to bring back a musical, which is the first musical I ever did, by the way, The Music Man.
Is that right?
High school. Yeah, I was in year 9, so what does that make me, 15? I was salesman number 2. Gutted I didn't get the lead part, so no, I'm kidding, no. I knew I was that whole opening, and I was in, and I loved that musical. So in my head, I was like, one day. So here it is. So to be coming back in The Music Man on Broadway, and I've been lucky. I've done London, West End. Obviously, I've done theatre in Australia. There's nothing like Broadway, particularly for a musical. That's the pinnacle.
Whenever I can see it, I'm going to come see you because I'm dying to see it with you. When I saw you tapping, because every kid who's ever taken tap for 5 seconds, which we all have, step, shuffle, hop, step, you're like, oh my gosh, that's how it's done. I'm ready.
So how much tap did you do?
Not much, man. Not much. No.
I wish I'd known that earlier.
I've done.
Where's my researcher?
I did tap in it was bad news, but
really?
It was. But there is a joy to it that I understood when I was watching you.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're in love with it.
It's just fun.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Oh.
How are your backgammon skills, by the way? Are
So
you
good.
Still?
Got so much better.
Are you sure?
Oh. Are we laying down the gauntlet?
No.
Deb and I play 20 games a day. 20. That's the secret. And it gets heated. She is competitive.
She is?
Oh, yeah.
So how does
if you want to see a little bit of the darkness, you throw a double 6 to win it right at the last minute, and then you'll see a little bit of the dark edge of Deb. But my backgammon skills got very good, I think, over the pandemic. So, beware.
Okay.
I'll take it on. Bring it on. All comers.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I have 2 children.
I know. And by the way, I wanted to say to you, I said it off air, but I wanted to say on air how happy Deb and I are for you and for Joel and just your family, because it's been so beautiful to watch and how you've shared that journey so far. It's beautiful. And I'm actually saying that on behalf of Australia and the world.
Well, I mean, I think.
And if you need a babysitter, my daughter says she's in.
She is. Well, it's so funny because I've made a couple of really great decisions in my life, and probably 3 real great ones. And they were picking Joel and adopting Healing and Hope.
Yeah. I'm gonna match you on that. Same. That's
3 best decisions in your life.
That's it.
And how are the kids? How is that?
I'm just going to cry through this whole interview. It's so amazing to me, the journey. So I have a 21-year-old now, and as of last Saturday, a 16-year-old, and I'm so proud of them how they handled the pandemic, because if I try to think what that would have been like for me at that age, where your parents, not only do they mean nothing, you want them so far away from you at that age as possible. And then all of a sudden, not only are you not seeing your friends, you're stuck with them indefinitely. It's like a horror movie. So, but regardless, with school and everything that went on, I was just so proud of them. And they are the greatest gift ever to come into my life. And it's just such a blessing, truly a blessing. So when I see you talking about it and when you shared with it, and literally Deb and I in the morning we were crying along with you.
Well, that means a lot. Well, I'm glad we have something cool like that in common.
Yeah.
Very cool.
With 3s.
Ah, yes. 3s. All right.
Not to be confused with the 3s.
Oh, what about that?
What about that?
What's going on with Wolverine?
Oh, I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
That's it?
Yeah, but it was one of the greatest working things of my life. But
I don't know. You know how everybody buzzes.
All right.
He's back. He's out. He's
He's
out.
Fine.
Okay.
Hello, Today All Day. Summer's almost here, and if you're looking for the perfect way to welcome warmer weather, my pal Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite al fresco meal. Not al roca, but al fresco. We're talking juicy pork milanese, peppery arugula salad, an easy antipasti, along with Uncle Pasty, with olives, and of course, a classic Italian cocktail to wash it all down.
Summer is just around the corner. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but my birthday's in there, so I'll allow it. Anyway, it is gonna be really nice to be able to dine outside with friends. So today I'm whipping up the perfect al fresco meal. I'll be making delicious orange rosemary marinated olives, the juiciest, crispiest pork milanese that you've ever had, topped with a nice fresh salad. And then of course, we need a cocktail, or 2. I'll be making a Negroni and an Americano. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Welcome to the new set of Saucy. Let's get cooking. I'm gonna be making some delicious orange rosemary marinated olives. We love olives in my family. We have them out for every holiday as part of an antipasti. I'm gonna be using orange and rosemary because those are 2 flavors that I like and that work really well together. So first things first, I have 2 different kinds of olives. My favorite, Castelvetrano, which are super buttery, and then a little bit more of a pungent flavor with Kalamata olives. I like the 2 to balance off each other, and they're really pretty when mixed up together later on. For the marinade itself, we'll start by adding some oil. It's about 1/3 of a cup. You can eyeball this into a small saucepan. So first things first, an orange. Any sweet orange will do. This is a plain navel orange, and I'm just cutting a few strips off. Then I like to go back with a knife and carefully, don't hurt yourself here, similar to like filleting fish, remove the bitter pith. We don't need any bitter flavor in our marinade over here. So you can see all the white part is gone and you're left with just the beautiful, super fragrant skin. Right into the pot that goes. Take your time. Better off being safe than sorry with this. And the last one into the pot. Don't want this orange to go to waste. So I'm gonna take that sweet, delicious juice and we'll add that to the pot as well. That'll add a little bit of sweetness to our olives. Next up, garlic. Why does this happen every time? 6 takes later, I'm gonna grab 2 cloves. You can buy them peeled already, which will save on the aggravation. Okay, so just thin slice, 1/8 of an inch, even thinner if you can, without hurting yourself. Into our pot. Then let's add some more flavor. A bay leaf. I'm gonna add a pinch of red pepper flakes. I'm not a big spice person, so I literally just add a tiny little pinch. Last but not least, some fresh rosemary. So I'm gonna cut off a couple of sprigs here and pull off about half of the leaves or just kind of break them. I just like the way it looks when it's in there. It's still gonna permeate that oil. So I'm literally just waiting for the edges to just sort of start to simmer as I'm doing this. It'll go pretty quickly. We're not looking to cook, we're looking to infuse. You'll know it's done when it gets nice and fragrant. Similar when you add garlic and onion to like a saute pan, and it's getting there, smelling really good already. So you can see it's starting to simmer a little bit. So I'm gonna cut the heat and then simply just pour it right on top of our olives. Make sure you get all of this flavor. Leave no speck of garlic or rosemary behind. Okay, now I'm gonna let this sit out at room temperature for a couple of hours. So every now and then, every time you pass it, just pick it up, give it a tossy turn, zhuzh it up, get those olives coated nice with that oil to help marinate it, and give those olives some time to steep.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with Today all day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
If there's one thing that I can eat for dinner every night, it's pork milanese, or any milanese. Chicken, anything, pound it thin, fry it crispy, I'm gonna eat it. I'd probably even enjoy shoe leather if it was fried. So right here I have from my butcher. You can get these at most supermarkets. Some nice, beautiful, thick pork loin chops that are boneless. I'm gonna pound them nice and thin so that every inch of this Milanese is absurdly crispy. Get yourself a generous sized sheet of plastic wrap. And this is where the fun begins, guys. This may look a little scary, but I promise you it's not. We're going to butterfly these chops. So, I'm gonna place a chop on the plastic wrap, taking a really sharp chef knife. I'm going to find the center, and I'm gonna cut it open like a book. Work slowly, deliberate, steady slices. And this is just to help get it nice and thin. And I'm just slowly going to start peeling it open. And there you go. If you skip this step and just start pounding, you're gonna be there all day and your meat's not gonna be as tender. So truly don't skip that step. Be sure to leave a little slack around so that our chop has room to grow. Get yourself one of these fun toys and go to town. Watch your fingers, don't do what I almost just did. There you have it. It's about 1/4 inch thick, and we have a gorgeous big cutlet now that is for one person. Keep going. Did your kids or your boss piss you off today? This is the perfect meal to make at the end of the day. This one's even better. You can do this with chicken breast. I love it with chicken. You can do it with beef. If you don't have time to go to the gym, this is the perfect activity for you. Is this what it feels like to exercise? One to go. That looks great. As easy as that. I am going to wipe down, sanitize, clean my hands, and then we're going to dredge these guys up. Okay, now that that's set up, let's start getting these bad boys breaded. So, free them from the plastic wrap. Look how great that looks. Nice and thin. And when cooking, you want to make sure you're seasoning in layers. You never want to just finish with salt because it's just sitting on top and doesn't have time to absorb. Also, when cooking, you want to do all of one action at once. It keeps things neater, it's quicker. This is the bulk of the seasoning, so don't be cheap. And get both sides. The last one's always the annoying one, isn't it? Perfect. Now to begin breading. You may notice that there's something here missing, flour. Growing up, whenever my dad made chicken cutlets or Milanese, he never used flour. And when I went to culinary school, I was like, what's with the flour? And I've tested it both ways. In this case, it is an extra ingredient, an extra step, and I find it to be completely unnecessary. It actually coats better to this pork if you don't use flour. So while you're probably thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, I would curse here, but I'm not allowed to anymore. I definitely do. So this is my dredging station. 3 very well beaten eggs and 2 cups of seasoned breadcrumb. Another trick, wet hand, dry hand. So in she goes. Make sure we're nice and well coated. You can see how great a pie dish works for this. It fits well, it has a flat enough surface, and it has sides to keep everything in place. Give it a couple of shakes and right into our breadcrumb. Now, use your dry hand to start covering it with the breadcrumb. When you get to this point, you can flip it. Make sure you don't miss a millimeter of breadcrumb. Every crevice, breadcrumb, and press it in. We want these to be well coated and super duper crispy. Just like that. And that's ready to be fried. Make sure you press it on, lock it in there. Isn't that cool? This is kind of a fun thing to get the kids involved in too. Put them to work. Dinner was not for free at my house growing up. Thank God I did most of the cooking. My mom's cooking's atrocious. That's a big one. Time to fry them up. I've added about 1/4 inch of vegetable oil to a pot. When frying, I like to use a neutral oil like safflower, canola, any vegetable oil, because it won't take on any flavor. Have this going over medium-high heat, and I know it's ready when I add a pinch of breadcrumb and we get some sizzle action. So you see how it foamed up and it already started darkening? Time to add one of our cutlets. We're gonna let this fry for about 2 to 3 minutes per side until it's deep, golden, gorgeous brown. Keep an eye on the edges of your cutlet. I can see it already starting to get nice and golden brown in that little nook, which means it's almost ready to flip. I'm gonna take a sneak peek. Almost there. For me, any cutlet should be on the brink of being burnt for it to be delicious. Now just another couple of minutes. Oh yeah. Transfer it to a wire rack. If you put it on paper towels, it's gonna get a little soggy and the breading is gonna start to fall off. Get another one in really quick. And then, while it's still hot, add a nice, generous amount of a flaky sea salt. You can see it melting into that hot oil. Some of it won't melt. It'll add a little bit of an extra crunch and extra seasoning. These cutlets are gonna cook really quickly, so keep an eye on the pan. This is not the time to walk away and start another project. Oh my God. extra crispy for the chef. I have my oven set to the lowest setting. I'm gonna throw these in there to keep them warm. I don't wanna keep them in there too long though, just long enough to make a delicious salad.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
This peppery arugula is the base of my salad, but any good salad needs a killer dressing, and this is mine, my white balsamic dressing. Going to start by adding a couple of tablespoons of just plain old clover honey. This bougie thing looks like a lot of fun, but it's a little messy. This is gonna add just enough sweetness, some Dijon, which is gonna add more depth of flavor. It's also going to help emulsify this dressing when we add the oil. Get that all in there. A little bit of salt, about a half a teaspoon, and then about an eighth of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. Gonna whisk this to combine. Make sure you get that honey to dissolve. That looks beautiful. Now that the base of our dressing's ready, I'm going to drizzle in olive oil. Very slowly begin to drizzle in your olive oil, giving it time to break up the fat molecules and emulsify. If you can see the oil puddling in the vinegar, that means you're adding too much and it's going to not emulsify properly. I did not sign up for this much cardio today. You can see it already starting to thicken. That means that we have a great emulsification. It's a beautiful dressing. Great golden color from the white balsamic and this really good Sicilian olive oil. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's perfect. It doesn't need any more seasoning. This is a very simple salad. All I'm going to add to this arugula are some beautiful cherry tomatoes that I'm just gonna have. If you don't have a small utility knife like this, a nice serrated knife, it's a really great kitchen tool. I use it a lot. I'm gonna give this a quick toss. And then add your dressing to taste. This makes more than you need for this, but it stores really well in the fridge, in a mason jar or just any sealed container for at least a week. It's all set. All that's left to do is to put the two pieces of the puzzle together. It smells so good. Okay. These are nice and warm. Let's go with this big guy. Just throw that right onto a plate and then don't be cheap. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Then, because God forbid I cook something and not put cheese on it, how delicious does this look? I cannot wait to dig in. I'm kind of thirsty. I think I need to make a cocktail.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm going to show you how to make probably the most quintessential Italian aperitivo, which is a pre-meal drink, something meant to whet your appetite. And this bitter Campari is going to do just that. That is one of the three major components in this Negroni. This drink is equal parts Campari, sweet vermouth, and gin, and it is going to punch you in the face. So I'm doing 1.25 ounces each of these three spirits. This is our sweet vermouth to balance that bitterness just the slightest bit. And we can't forget about the gin. This is a London dry gin that I'm using. Then some blood orange. I like to peel it directly into my beaker to catch any oils that come out. And I'm just going to peel off a nice healthy strip. Add some ice. You want to get this nice and chilled. It's also going to dilute this the slightest bit and stir, stir, stir. At least 20 seconds. Really let those flavors combine and let it chill throughout. Perfect. Get yourself some bougie ice. So pretty. Then, every cocktail needs a garnish. Another strip of our blood orange skin. give it a little twist, and then I kind of like to run it on the rim just to get those oils on there. Little extra hint and punch of the orange. Now, if you feel like this is a little too bitter for your palate, we're gonna make its less aggressive cousin, the Americano, which is pretty similar. We're gonna start the same way with our Campari, using 1.5 ounces this time. And then the sweet vermouth. No gin in this one, so it's not gonna be quite as boozy. Perfect. Same thing. And stir, stir, stir. More bougie ice. Isn't that such a beautiful color? Then, finally, we'll top it off with club soda. How beautiful, that effervescence. Don't forget about our little garnish. One little straw. There you have it, the perfect Negroni and Americano. Can't wait to share these with my friends. It is a pretty color. And a little twist.
Thank you.
You stir. It like dilutes it a little. Welcome.
This looks delicious.
Beautiful. Some pork milanese.
Nice. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. The Fast and the Furious franchise is getting even faster and more furious because John Cena, he's joined the fold for F9.
He's furiouser. And if you think the action was out of this world in the first 8 movies, well, wait till you see this one. John, good morning.
Morning, John.
Out of this world, fantastic choice.
Yes.
Hold on. I must say that was an awesome piece on the Groove to Me charity, and there was a quote in there that spoke to me. I just care that the girls feel good about themselves so they make good choices. I thought that was an excellent piece, so thank you very much.
It was.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I love it. She said, I don't care if they become dancers. I
Yes.
just want them to be good choices
Yes.
in their lives. All right, well, John, you've made a choice to be in Fast and Furious 9. How was that for a segue? And apparently, I heard this story that you kind of found out in an unusual way. Can you tell us?
Yeah, so I was in LA on business, and I was contacted that Vin Diesel would like to talk to me, and of course, I wanted to go have a conversation with Dom Toretto, and I kind of went to his training center, which is like the Dom Shrine, and so you can see the old Chargers in the back, and we had a long conversation, and at the end, he shoots this social video, and at the end, he kind of puts the camera on me, and I'm like a deer in headlights because I don't know what's going on, so I just really don't even know. Because nothing was ever explained of like, hey, we're considering you for Fast. We just talked for a few hours about everything, and I left being like, wow, I just hung out with Vin Diesel. That was pretty cool. And then later on, I got the invite to join the Fast family, and I later found out that I would be a Toretto.
That is so cool. First, you play a bad guy, and that shocked me because I don't see you in that bad guy role. So how was that?
That's the fun of performing, to be able to harness different sides of you and be able to showcase a different skill set. And this is what a stage. The Fast and Furious mythology is so grand and reaches so many people. It just really was just a special thing to be a part of.
Now, are you a good driver?
So that's a question that's like a psychological profile question.
Yeah.
I would say,
That's what I'm
however,
getting at.
Better than anybody else. I tend to drive fast and not too furious.
Okay. Oh, you're a fast, careful driver.
Fast
All right.
and Zen, though, doesn't have the same ring.
So wait, John, these guys have been together forever. You're the newbie. You came in. I'm sure there was some kind of initiation. Like, what did they do to you when you joined the team?
So, no initiation, but it really is like bringing someone to a family dinner. Like everybody's eyeing you up and everyone is like questioning your intentions, which I actually like. And to put it into perspective, you know, people have given 20 years of their lives to this legacy, and they really just want to do it justice and make sure fans around the world are entertained. And when everybody goes to CF9 in theaters on Friday, they want to make sure it delivers. And I really like the fact that everyone kind of was standoffish at first and kind of made sure I was my intentions were pure.
This is not some small indie production. It's huge. You know, there have been 8 other of these films. This is going to be opening in the theaters. Have you been surprised at just like how big a franchise this is?
This is simply the largest thing I've ever been a part of. And yesterday, Fast, the saga, celebrated its 20th anniversary. Wow. So they've been making these movies for 2 decades, and it's only fitting that, you know, this close to the 20th anniversary is the newest installment in theaters on Friday. And I really think, given the circumstances of the world, and now we're all eager to be entertained with cinema again, obviously safely. But I couldn't think of a better film than F9 to bring audiences back to that Hollywood blockbuster feel that they've been craving for so long.
Well, you know, I was wondering, every time I see you, I always, people associate you usually with the WWE, and I just wondered if on some days you just miss it. Do you ever think to yourself, boy, you know, I wish I could get back in the ring?
I sit every day, just like I miss sitting with you guys, talking about the news and having great conversation. I really miss it. There's nothing like it. I will be back. I'm not sure when I'll be back because I'm really fortunate to have some great opportunities now that I'd like to pursue. But yeah, I miss it every single day, and I can't wait to put on some jean shorts and take my shirt off.
And we know how you like to do.
Yes, exactly. John, thank you. Maybe for Fast and Furious 10, you could do that too. It's from our sister company, Universal Pictures.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we could say J.K. Simmons is something of a chameleon. We love to hate him as J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies, and who could forget his Oscar-winning turn as Fletcher, the teacher of our nightmares in Whiplash, one of my favorite movies.
And now he's busting out the big guns, literally, in the new sci-fi thriller. It's called The Tomorrow War. He plays James Forrester, whose estranged son, played by Chris Pratt, has been drafted to fight a war in the future. And let me keep going here. And since James managed to avoid the draft, Dan goes to him for help, taking off his tracking device. Look at this.
C-Series. Second generation. That's sensor calibrated to your pulse. Fortunately, you came to the only guy for whom this is a piece of cake.
I wish you wouldn't drink while you do this.
I wish Stevie Nicks would show up in her birthday suit with a jar of pickles and a bottle of baby oil.
He's so good. JK joins us now. Good morning to you.
Morning, how are you?
We're doing great. First off, we have to say everybody's talking about how fit you are. I mean, you are in shape. And we remember when that first photo we showed, it circulated a while ago on the internet. Do you just stay in shape? There we go. Look at the guys, seriously. It's almost not even real. Do you stay in shape for this, or is this just for the movie?
I would like to say that I stay in shape constantly every day, but since my last role was Fred Mertz, I actually haven't stayed in quite that good a shape the last year or so.
Well, you're looking good.
Yeah, that calls for kind of a different look. But speaking of a different look, I mean, it was awesome to see you rock this beard. I mean, is that something you like to grow in your spare time?
I'm a big fan of the beard. I like my face. The less I see of it, frankly, and my wife disagrees. So right now she's happy, and when I look at the movie tomorrow, Laura, that makes me reminisce.
Happy. Exactly. So, well, it's actually a good thing that you had it because you filmed a good chunk of this movie, we understand, on a glacier, an island. How was that? Was it daunting?
It was cool in every sense of the word. It was great. Yes, it was daunting. Really, the trip up the glacier was the most daunting in these super jeeps driven by these local guys that were sort of the Sherpas of Iceland. And once we got up there, it was just stunning.
That's incredible. So, I mean, obviously in this movie, you share a lot of screen time with Chris Pratt and Sam Richardson. So, I mean, it's a funny group of guys. What was it like on set? What was filming like for all three of you?
Yeah, it was kind of like, boys camp, the junior high school locker room, that kind of a vibe, yeah.
I love it. Wait, switching gears just a moment. So many people are excited because you're going to be playing William Frawley, a.k.a. Fred Mertz, in the upcoming Lucy and Des Arnaz biopic. What can you tell us?
Well, it's Aaron Sorkin, so of course it's an absolute genius script, and he's now Aaron Sorkin, genius director as well. This was his third film as a director, and yeah, we wrapped that 6 weeks ago or so, and I can't wait to see it.
Are you still dealing with like COVID restrictions when you're filming now? I mean, we've talked to so many people who filmed things like at the height of the pandemic, but have things eased a little bit? Is it getting more into, what you're used to?
No, there are still significant protocols in place keeping us safe. And of course, now many of us, if not most of us, are vaccinated. Everybody get vaccinated, please.
Yes.
And but the restrictions are still there, and I'm glad they're keeping us safe.
You've checked off so many roles off your bucket list. Is there any role you would still like to do, any style that you would still like to add in?
Yeah, most of the roles that I sort of wished I had been able to do, I'm a little too old for now. So Scottish King or McMurphy in Cuckoo's Nest, nobody wants to see.
How about an animated musical? You have a great voice. Can you sing?
An animated musical. Or maybe back to Broadway. Now that Broadway will be reopening in the fall, maybe it's time to go back.
Absolutely.
We'd love to see that.
Well, endless possibilities. J.K. Simmons, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for talking with us this morning. All the best.
This morning, we have an angel among us. Andy Senior Jr. played the beloved angel in the groundbreaking musical Rent, which earned 4 Tonys when it debuted back in 1996.
Well, then Andy helped bring the show off Broadway, directing a production in Cuba.
Now a new documentary. It's called Revolution Rent. Takes us all behind the scenes of how he did it.
Yeah, and to call it a challenge would be an understatement. Andy's Havanas production was the first Broadway musical performed in Cuba in more than 50 years. Wow. Take a look.
Wow.
Sustitute América con Cuba. Juan. Cuba. Sí. Y cuando vives en Cuba, al final de este milenio, y cuando vives en Cuba, vendes tu alma por poder. Cuando vives en Cuba, al final de este milenio, ser es tener. ¿Cuál es la diferencia? No te tengo que preguntar, pero...
Conexión, emoción.
Yeah, Andy joins us now from Barcelona. Andy, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, just congratulations on this film, on the production. You and I have a lot in common. We're both children of Cuban immigrants who grew up bilingual in Miami. And, what did it mean to bring this to Cuba? Because as we see in the film, it was controversial even in your own family.
For me, it was
one of those moments in life where everything that I've ever done just meets at that point, and I feel like, wow, this is my purpose. This is why I'm here. And it was a spectacular event in my life, for sure.
There's a clip where your family is telling you you're crazy. You know, a lot of people are telling you you're crazy for doing this. So to put that in perspective, you shot this back in 2014. It was certainly a labor of love. And then Neil Patrick Harris jumped on as executive producer. And now it's on HBO. There's no question about it. You had so many challenges. What was it like for you to make it then to opening night?
You know, it was hard because I wanted to make sure that the show was, you know, up to the greatest level, but we were working with actors that had never done a musical before. It was the first musical done in Havana in 50 years by an American company. So I was working with actors that had never sung, singers who had never acted before. And then with the technical, the lack of technical resources in Havana, it was very difficult. So, you know, I have, on one hand, I want to make sure that we get the best show possible. But on the other hand, I want to make sure that I don't dishonor my family in some way, or that I'm getting myself involved in something that I shouldn't be getting myself involved in. So it was a risk on multiple levels for me. So when we made it, you know, to opening night, and after Obama made the normalization between the two countries, there was a huge sigh of relief that we had made it there.
I have to ask, because I know you're in Barcelona working on other things, but during the pandemic, you put on a production of Rent in South Korea. I mean, nothing was happening during the pandemic. How did you make that work?
Well, I kept on thinking, well, this is not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. And this was in April of 2020. So it was at the height of the pandemic. But, you know, Korea was so advanced in how they were handling the COVID situation. So, you know, they got me the visa. I had to do, you know, the typical quarantine and the tests and so forth. And then the rehearsal process was very, very, very rigorous as far as testing and sanitary wise. But yeah, we pulled that one off as well. I kept on thinking, it was like, God, this is a whole other documentary.
I know.
Hey, Andy, really quickly, 25 years since you played Angel on Broadway. And in that time, you've seen a real opening of diversity and talk about diversity on Broadway. How do you think it's changing?
I think it's changing that, like, there's so many opportunities. I remember when I was doing Rent, I was looking around and there was one particular moment where I was the only Hispanic in a leading role on Broadway. And now that's just not the case anymore. There's so many opportunities. When I used to audition, I was, you know, the ethnic option. And now it's like, we only want ethnic people. It seems that way, at least. But yeah, it's incredible how much it's opened up.
Yeah, it has definitely changed. Well, Andy, thank you so much for making this film. Revolution Rent is available on HBO and HBO Max. If you love musicals, if you love Rent, if you want to learn more about Cuba and everything that's going on both here and over there, you should definitely check it out.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Oh, man, that looks good on our plaza.
People were out yesterday taking pictures.
I know, you just want to sit in it and just hear the engine. I mean, that's actually the 1968 mid-engine Charger driven by Vin Diesel's character in the highly anticipated movie F9.
It's the latest film in the Fast and Furious franchise, and it's about to kick the summer movie season into another gear.
Three-time Grammy winner, TV host, and actor Ludacris starred in the film since 2003. This time around, the cars are faster than ever.
Hey, fellas, y'all seen 10-second cars? Well, say hello to the 2-second car.
Is that a Pontiac Fiero strapped to a rocket engine?
Impressive. I know.
No, that's not impressive.
Ludacris, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, man. Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, thanks for
extremely
being
blessed this morning.
Thanks for being here. We're blessed to have you. And also, before we get started, I just want you to know, Chanel has noted that your skin looks luxurious.
I'm not gonna lie.
She's been talking about your skin, how great it looks.
One of our production assistants just came in and she said it too, and I'm like, oh, so I'm not crazy. You have not aged. You have to come back and talk about whatever you're eating. Yeah, I'm like, because it's, you look good.
No, that means the world. Thank you. I literally just rolled out of bed. I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico right now shooting another film. So I will accept the compliment.
Yes. He's like, Chanel, I woke up like this.
Well, that's it. Sleep is so important to your skin regime. So I understand that. So 4 years since the last Fast and Furious movie. So catch us up. Where does F9 pick up?
So, man, it gets extremely interesting because now we find out that Dom, Vin Diesel's character has a brother. We've never known about this, and I think everybody knows that Vin Diesel's character, we all live vicariously through his strength. This guy is invincible, to say the least, because of all the things that he rolls over and just stands up after all of the craziness he's been through. But I can say that when you think you're going up against another Toretto, somebody of his blood that's going against us, then, the stakes are even higher. So that's what makes it more interesting.
And we know how important family is, so I'm sure that leads to an interesting dynamic. But, I mean, what's it like for your family, as actors getting all back together and welcoming in new characters like Cardi B, I know is in this movie. You got John Cena. I mean, what's it like getting everybody back together?
We haze people. We all get invited over. We invite them over to Vin's house or wherever we're shooting, and he rents this huge crib, and we basically bring them over. We have a barbecue, but we're like drilling them with questions, and we're just making sure that they're fully equipped. But really, it's just to make them feel comfortable and to accept them because we know how much pressure it can be. Because we have 9 films, and for someone to just, come along and enter this family, we want them to feel like family. So I say hazing, but we really just make them feel like family, and that's what we've done. So I have a lot of great stories with John Cena, with Cardi B, and just how we've been welcoming them to the franchise and the family.
You talk about family. We just celebrated Father's Day. Extra special for you, I know, because you and your wife expecting another baby. You've got 3 girls. Do you know if I feel your pain, brother, is having 2 girls myself, or your ecstasy, I should say. Are you holding out for a boy? Is it another girl? What's the deal?
There's so many great things that have happened from me being a girl dad. One in particular, I have a Netflix, an animation called Karma's World that comes out at the end of this fall, and it's literally to enrich and empower young girls. So to answer your question, I will be happy with whatever the Most High wants to give me. We don't know the sex of the child. Wow. We're going to wait until the day. It's like one of the only things that's left to just being unpredictable these days, and it's exciting. So I guess I'll let the Today Show know the day that this baby drops.
All right.
I'll let you know
We'll
what's
hold it.
going
We'll
on.
hold you to that.
We're excited for that. I have to ask you about performing. I remember it was probably like 2001, 2002 when you came to Rutgers College at Livingston campus. I remember it was this free concert that I still remember how much fun it was. And now you're finally back on stage after, you know, what, a year and a half with this pandemic? What's that moment like for you?
Listen, I mean, you guys see the screen. There's no words that can explain. You know, sometimes you don't know how much you miss something until it's almost gone. People are, it's a complete reset. People are so happy to be back out safely, of course, and these crowds and the energy, you can feel it. It's on a whole other level than, you know, before 2 years ago. Yeah. And I'm just thankful. And I'm very appreciative of the fans. And now you can see everyone's trying to get out and do concerts and tours because we got to make up for lost time.
Right.
I agree.
Well, you know, Ludacris, they can also do that by getting out, going to the theater to go see F9 and you in it with the gang again from Fast and Furious. Ludacris,
Congrats.
It's always great to see you.
Well, if you have kids, you probably remember The Boss Baby, a really funny animated movie about a suit-wearing, briefcase-carrying baby.
Well, guess what? He's back with a new sequel. Hoda and I were lucky enough to score an exclusive interview with none other than the Boss Baby himself.
Yeah, and let's say we're still recovering. Take a look. If you thought your boss had temper tantrums, you ain't seen nothing.
This is war.
In the original Boss Baby film, a young boy's life is turned upside down by the arrival of his new brother, who also happens to be an undercover corporate executive on a secret mission.
You can talk.
Get yourself a little something.
Spoiler alert, the Boss Baby does eventually grow up, but thanks to a secret downsizing formula, he can slip back into those form-flattering diapies when called into action, which he is for the sequel, The Boss Baby Family Business. And the boss took time out of his busy schedule to chat with us about the film.
Hello?
Boss Baby?
He's late.
You know what? I think it's kind of rude.
Well, he is a baby. Maybe he hasn't learned to tell time yet.
Wait a minute, do you hear that?
Cancel my 3 o'clock and move Power Tai Chi to 4:05, but don't touch my play date.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us.
It's good to be with you, Hoda and Al, but time is money, so let's keep it snappy.
Oh, okay. Well, the Boss Baby Family Business. What can you tell us about it?
Well, there's plenty of laughs, a little heart, and a lot of thrilling action. It's a sequel thing. Bigger stunts, higher stakes. Speaking of stakes, could I offer you a Chateaubriand for 2? Huh?
No thanks. Thank you, though.
Anyway, I hear that you have a new boss in the movie. How's that working out for you?
Well, to be clear, Tina's just a boss, but I'm a bigger boss. I've got at least 2 pounds on her, okay?
I don't know. From what we've seen, seems like she can hold her own.
We're all in it together.
Every man for himself.
1 is the loneliest number.
The eyes have it.
We the people.
Yeah, and it must be real difficult to have to answer to somebody who's so talented and so young.
Well, it's not like I'm old.
No. It's just that Tina seems to be making bold changes, you know, like story time, free pacifiers for all, even flexible nap times.
Flexible? I mean, look at this. Can you get a toe in your ear?
But you know what? Tina really does seem...
Power nap! Oh, I've only had 4 today. I don't think people understand how difficult it is interacting with all the droolers out there. Half the people wearing ties in corporate should be wearing bibs.
Come on, baby life is sweet.
Let's face it, you don't even have to wipe.
Oh, please. You couldn't crawl a mile in my Egyptian cotton diapers.
Is that a challenge?
Are we gonna take that from a baby?
Here's a little of my downsizing formula. Take a swig if you think you can handle it. Well, I gotta take off. I've got a board meeting in 15. And if I'm not on time, there's gonna be a lot of whining and crying and ugh. Good luck. Don't say I didn't warn you.
If you think we can handle it.
Bottoms up. You are
adorable.
So cute.
Al, don't cry. Oh, I forgot about this part of baby.
You guys are adorable.
I got to admit, we are.
Yes,
we
you
really are adorable.
cute.
And I didn't have any hair then. I don't have any hair now. Worked out perfectly. That's right. Hey, we want to thank our sister company, Universal Pictures and DreamWorks, for helping us make all that.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with Today all day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the iconic movie led by the late, great Gene Wilder as the fantastical chocolatier, celebrating 50 years. And in honor of the Golden Ticket's golden anniversary, Entertainment Tonight sat down with members of the cast to share memories from that set. Michael Bolner, who played the gluttonous little boy Augustus Gloop, he revealed exactly how they pulled off this terrifying fall when he fell into the chocolate river. Take a look.
Michael, what do you remember most about that famous scene, falling into the river and the tube?
Augustus! It was very cold. It was stinking water. That they stopped the water at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been drowned.
That's scary.
Yeah, really, it was.
And the star of the film, Peter Ostrom, who played Charlie, actually went on to become a veterinarian. Willy Wonka was the only film he ever did.
It's a frightening movie.
The one to do. It's a
Children don't do well in that
when
movie.
they go through the ride.
The tunnel with the chicken getting his head cut off. That was still does it for me.
We have each other, and there's never going to be a moment where we don't have each other.
Ever since sisters Billie Joe Rose and Bobby Joe Sullivan were born, they were inseparable. After all, they are identical twins.
What is that special connection that you two have that other people might not have?
When we fight, it's like instant forgiveness.
Growing up, we always had a playmate. We would always hold hands from our little bunk beds when we go to sleep.
But at 7 years old, hospital visits separated the sisters when Billie was diagnosed with leukemia. Bobby was determined to help.
When bone marrow transplant is on the table, Bobby, did you know right away you would be a match?
They asked me if I wanted to be a donor, and I was like, yes, absolutely. When it came down to it, they were like, well, if they're twins, if they're identical, this could be 100%. And lo and behold, it was.
Billie underwent a bone marrow transplant donated by Bobby, and the procedure was successful.
We were 100% identical, right down to every last cell and everything.
I would get tested it was every month, and then I think it was the 15-year mark, they said that I was cured.
Life went on. They both experienced the loss of their brother. They got married, and then 25 years later, Billie's cancer was back. But this time, she was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer.
It was just shocking, but they said it was very treatable. And then I went through chemotherapy again, and then I opted to do the double mastectomy because I did not want this reoccurring in any way, shape, or form.
And Bobby, how is this all impacting you?
In my head, I'm like, why? Why is this always happening to her? Why can't I take some of this?
After undergoing cancer treatment, Billy wanted to start a family of her own, but struggled with infertility. So she turned to reproductive endocrinologist Dr. Kara Goldman at Northwestern Medicine to discuss her options.
It became very clear that her ovarian function was irreparably damaged by her chemotherapy. And so she would be needing to consider egg donation. And she immediately said, my sister Bobby is in. She has been talking about this with me for years. And it was the plan from there on.
Was there ever a moment of you being nervous to give up an egg?
Not one bit. So then when the doctors did mention, hey, do you want to do this? I was like, all right, yeah.
After consulting their doctor, it was decided. Through in vitro fertilization, Bobby would donate her eggs while Billy would carry her baby. And when it came time for the embryo transfer, Billy brought her sister to Dr. Goldman's office.
What was that moment like?
There were tears, there was hand-holding, and just a tremendous amount of joy.
As much as I wanted my husband to be there, it wouldn't have been possible without Bobby.
8 days later, tests confirmed Billy was pregnant. This May, Billy received an early Mother's Day surprise. Her daughter, June Jo Rose, was born 4 weeks before her due date.
What were the emotions going through your head? Because this is coming after a whole process to even be able to have and give birth to your own child.
It was just a whole thing of thanking Bobby for being able to do this, to make this all possible. I have a family now, and it was just like the best thing ever.
If anybody's doing the math, this is twice now you've given life.
Yeah. We joke around like when I'm older, like if I need a kidney or something, I'm like, I know who I'm coming to.
Can we meet her?
Yep.
Hi, June. Bobby, seeing Billy holding June, what does it mean to have been able to give this gift to your sister?
To see the smile on her face and the smile on her husband's face, I would do it 100 times over again, without a doubt.
Such a special bond. So to take this even further, after Bobby donated her eggs to Billy, then Bobby ended up getting pregnant with her third child.
Oh.
So then there was a little bit of time there, about 2 months, when they were pregnant at the same time. And you know, for Bobby, it was never a question. Whatever you need, I will do whatever you need.
Sisters.
And yeah, it's just an incredible.
It makes you want to be a better sibling.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We're so excited for the ultrasound today. Get to see the baby and see a heartbeat for the first time, and can't wait for Kelsey to hear that. So, yay!
Let's take a look here.
It looks much bigger this time.
It is bigger.
All right, so let's measure baby here. Measuring 8 weeks, 6 days.
Oh, a couple days ahead.
Yeah, you've got your...
All right. Big baby.
And you can see the early arms and legs, so...
Yeah, little
So
buds.
right up there, the little arm buds, there's the little leg buds. Looks like a little gummy there.
I love it.
Megan and Kelsey's pregnancy is progressing perfectly. Usually at this point, when we see a heartbeat and we see good growth of the baby, it's, it's almost, very certain that it's going to be a good outcome.
Feeling so relieved and so happy. Baby is measuring actually like 2 days ahead, which is like the best news ever. And the heart rate was great in the 170s. And we're just so excited to be graduating from the fertility clinic.
So we've talked to our kids about it, and we pretty much just had to explain to them that, you know, Kelsey's tummy is broken and she can't carry her babies. So I get to put Kelsey's baby in my tummy and help her just grow it till it's to a point that it can be healthy, that we can give it back to them. I'm surprised at how well they understand that. To them, they're just so innocent and naive that they're like, that's amazing, you know, they don't give it a second thought, whereas a lot of adults, I feel like they just instantly go to like the moral, like, is that like right, you know? But kids are so awesome with that, where they're just like, good for you, Mom.
We thought a lot about how to talk to our kids about surrogacy, especially Ollie, who's 7. And when we were going through it with Nora, we just felt like there was nothing to hide. You know, he'd witnessed his brother's passing and knew that Mommy's belly was broken and that Mommy couldn't have any more babies. And so we just explained it to him very simply, that because of science, we were able to take parts of Mommy and parts of Daddy and make this teeny tiny baby. And believe it or not, Aunt Betsy can grow our baby for us. Even at 5, he thought, oh, okay, no problem. You know, it felt so simple to him. And I think that that's the beauty of kids sometimes, is they don't make things complicated. I wish so badly I could carry a baby. And I would go through any physical sacrifice necessary if I knew that the baby was going to be okay and I was going to be okay for my family. But that's just not the case. Hey, we are 21 weeks along. So exciting. I cannot believe we're this far. And we are in Idaho for the Thanksgiving holiday, and also because it is Megan's big anatomy scan. The anatomy scan is an ultrasound halfway through the pregnancy where they measure the baby's brain, other organs like the heart, the kidneys, bone structure, really just making sure everything is growing as it should. Guess what is right here? What's in here? Whose baby is it? We've been keeping it under wraps, but we know the gender of our baby, and it's a girl. We're so excited. It's a baby sister. Oh, no. Give her a hug. Just like everybody, we especially just hope for a healthy baby. But, you know, for me, it's a little more complicated than that. The whole reason my family started pursuing gestational surrogacy was because we lost my son, Leo. And in some ways, I have worried about having children after Leo that are boys and then feeling almost like that may feel like a replacement. And I understand that intellectually that doesn't make sense, but emotionally I've wrestled with those feelings. So in some ways, the fact that it's a girl makes it just feel like a completely different baby and a completely different experience. Do you still have bouts of nausea and stuff? No, not really. Do you feel like you're kind of in that sweet spot of pregnancy where your energy is back?
So, yeah. I definitely feel like I'm in the easier parts of pregnancy. I'm not uncomfortable yet and just kind of enjoying it right now. I feel like the connection with this baby has been very different. I had no idea what to expect. I'd say 99% of the time I don't even think about the fact there's a baby inside of me. It's like I feel these movements, and with my own babies I would instantly be like, oh my goodness, and wanting to like touch my belly and feel every movement. I definitely feel like there's a disconnect there, which I'm grateful for.
Okay guys, this is what we got. We're gonna make a big pile of leaves, and you guys can write on each leaf something you're thankful for.
I feel like with Kelsey living in another state, I try really hard to make her feel included, but I also feel like there's a line where talking about movement or anything, I don't want to make her feel sad that she's not the one that's feeling those things or experiencing those things. Ta-da! I wish there was an appropriate word for how I feel when I look at Megan. Of course I feel joy and happiness. And I don't want to use the word jealousy because there's no ill feelings whatsoever.
But I do wish I was carrying my child. I do wish I was feeling her kick inside me. I do wish when I went to the grocery store, the checker said to me, "Oh, you're expecting, when are you due?" Like those things, I would love to do it.
Oh, look at that, guys. Aren't those pretty colors? You guys did a great job. Woohoo!
21 weeks is both really exciting and also somewhat terrifying for us. With all of our pregnancies, it was shortly after 20 weeks that things started to pop up or go downhill. I'm most afraid of the baby dying. And I think that that's just because I've experienced that before. I am afraid of something going wrong and her not making it. That is most certainly my greatest fear. Shoot. Okay.
Knock, knock.
Hello.
Hey, Megan. So we're doing the 20-week ultrasound, 21 week, right?
Yes.
Good. Let's see here. So here's the baby. So you've got the face, and then if I scan off the front of the face, I don't know if you can see that, but you can see the chin and the lips and the nose, at least part of it.
Yeah.
Normal spine all the way up and down. Baby's hands.
Yes, kicking.
Yeah. Little hands.
She's got muscles.
She's got some
biceps.
Someone say arms?
This is a view of the heart. We're looking at the 4 chambers. And most heart problems are ruled out when you have this nice view of the heart.
Sure.
Umbilical cord insertion is normal.
That's good. We've not had that before, so we're grateful for that.
Yeah. So all the anatomy is there and normal in this scan. The baby's coming in at the right size and growth-wise.
Excellent.
No suspicions of any problems.
Oh, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Good job, Megan. Good growing. Way to go.
Yes.
Way to grow. Good job, baby.
I think the biggest surprise in this pregnancy, if I had to pick one, would just be that it's gone by so much quicker than my own pregnancies. There's no anticipation of we're preparing for a baby, and so the fact that we're already more than halfway done is just mind-blowing to me.
All right.
Thank
There's
you.
Your kiddo.
There she is. Thank you so much,
You
Dr.
bet.
Lovelace. We really appreciate it.
If we could just have the last 4 months look like the first 4 months, that would be great because everything seemed to work so well. I can't imagine that we won't have some sort of hiccup, but I hope that the last half of pregnancy, we can continue to feel this lightness, that this is beautiful and joyous and just filled with so much gratitude rather than anxiety and stress and what happens if ...
I'm so proud of you. You're doing so good. Truly, I can't tell you how many appointments like this I left where I was like, come on, body, just do this, just do this. So, you're doing great. So that's good. And thank you for supporting her so much. So,
She's a rock star.
I know. High five, halfway.
Good job, guys.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
How are you? Happy shower day. Thank you. Look, everybody's here. It feels surreal to celebrate this baby girl today. It feels special. It feels, I cannot believe it. It's like I gotta pinch myself to realize that we're where we're at. I talk to Megan a handful of times every week. Megan says she's feeling great, easiest pregnancy she's ever had, so she's thriving, and I'm just so grateful. The leading contender is Penelope. I also really like Charlotte. My grandma was Charlotte. I almost wish that I had more connection to that physical nature of bringing this baby here right now, but it helps to have such great friends help me celebrate the growth of our family. It just doesn't feel real yet, and I feel guilty that it doesn't feel real. I think having been through what we've been through with the loss of Leo and with Ollie's premature birth, I don't think I will fully relax until she's in my arms.
Breaking tonight, fear and frustration as the coronavirus spreads across the U.S.
Some hospitals, in an effort to promote caution and safety, partners are now being banned from the delivery room.
We may not be allowed even a visitor who is with us as we're giving birth. I mean, people are making all kinds of very challenging decisions.
Okay, a lot of change these past couple of weeks. I have now been in Idaho almost a month. We came right when Megan was starting to have some of those early labor pains, around 37 weeks. And, that was right when the coronavirus stuff was really blowing up and hospitals were rapidly changing their restrictions on who was and wasn't admitted into delivery rooms and even as visitors in the hospital. Megan just hit 41 weeks. And given the fact that Megan's overdue and this is a little atypical for her, so we reached out to her doctor and found out they could get us in tomorrow. And the current restrictions are that Megan can have one support person, and she has been kind enough to let me be that support person. We've been through a lot together, and this, this will be quite the finale to go through birth together, just me and her.
So the day before I delivered, I was feeling very antsy about still being pregnant. I was almost 41 weeks. I'd never gone past my due date with any of my own babies. And mentally, I think I was just at like a breaking point a little bit. Brian was not able to be at the hospital with me because of COVID. I was allowed one support person, so I had to pick between Kelsey and Brian, and obviously Kelsey wanted to see her baby be born, so that was pretty easy to decide.
Okay, just getting to the hospital. Very exciting. It is April 11th, and it's gonna be girl power in that room. Me and Megan and a great team of doctors. Everyone thinks she's gonna go really quick, so we're so excited. So here goes nothing. I stepped out because Megan is getting her epidural now. Things are going great, really comfortable. The hospital feels so calm and peaceful. There's very few people here. Most people are wearing masks, so we're feeling really good.
She's right there. One more time. Come on. Yes, Megan. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, hi, baby. Oh, you did so well.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes, this is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Penelope Catherine Egan. She's here, and she's perfect, this sweet baby. Oh, she's perfect.
So when Penny was born, I remember feeling like this overwhelming feeling of just like, I've done it, like a job well done, like this is complete. And just seeing Kelsey's face was absolutely amazing. I can truly say it was no different than like babysitting someone else's kid and then giving him back at the end of the day. Shortly after Penny was born, we had to deal with birth of the placenta, which was something that we were concerned about a little bit, possibly having it be difficult to detach just because of the IVF process. So they did have to go in there and manually remove it, but they were able to get it out pretty quickly, and the nurse just had to come, they push on your tummy every like 10 to 15 minutes just to check your bleeding and make sure your uterus is shrinking down. And after a while, she's like, you're kind of still passing clots every time I push down on your uterus. And I just didn't think much of it. I was like, okay, no big deal. And then after about 30 minutes, she's like, your clots are getting a lot bigger, not smaller. It's just not stopping. I'm gonna have to call the midwife back in and just have her look things over. And I remember by the time she got there, I was definitely feeling a little bit like lightheaded. I just wasn't feeling good.
Okay, worried about Megan. Things seem to be escalating with the bleeding post-birth. Taking good care of her. They've got a lot of different things they can try, but this is definitely something we weren't anticipating or expecting.
They had to put in something called a Bocker balloon, and it's like a balloon inside your uterus that they fill with saline, and it basically just puts pressure on your uterine walls, kind of like a Band-Aid would, to stop the bleeding. And they just leave that in there for about 24 hours. I think they took it out at like noon the next day, and I remember that was such a feeling of relief when they pulled it out. So after we got home from the hospital, Kelsey and Robbie met us here. I hadn't held Penny yet, and Brian had yet to even see her. I got home and they handed her to me, and she's absolutely precious. She's darling. It was just so funny, like holding her. I'm like, do I feel anything? Like I almost was like, I feel like I should feel more holding this baby. And but I didn't, and it was a good thing. Obviously, that's a happy thing. That's what you'd want, to have that detachment. So after the birth, there is one last step that you have to do. Normally I'd have to be in person, but because of COVID, we were doing like a Skype type call with a judge and our attorney. Basically, you just have to answer a ton of questions about the whole process and sign over your rights, because I was initially put on the birth certificate. And basically I'm taking my name off the birth certificate so Kelsey could be put on. It was the most rewarding part. Like, it was just like, officially I'm handing over this child finally that they've worked so hard to get. They've gone through so much, and I officially can turn this baby over to them. It's theirs and I'm removed from it. Emotionally, I'd say it's been pretty similar to all my other postpartum journeys. I have days where I just feel overly emotional for no reason, but I'd say it's getting better, and it's just kind of part of the process.
We doing anything? Good job.
My plan this whole surrogacy journey was to hopefully have another surrogacy journey and do it again. Because of what happened after delivery, I'm not sure that it would be wise for me to put myself through that again. I have my own family that I really want to make sure is my top priority, so right now I don't think that I would do it again.
Okay, ready? I got your hands set. Go. Woo! Good job.
I don't think I have any regrets. It's truly been so amazing to go through. There's no way to know what you're getting into going into it, and I just feel really lucky to have had the family that I had to work with, and all the people that helped us in our journey.
Washed your hands?
Yes, we are.
Wash your hands. When we talk about stories we'll tell her, there's incredible women that were in the delivery room actually bringing her into the world, and also incredible women that have been a part of her story before she was ever born, that she can kind of stand on their shoulders and continue this tradition of being a strong woman.
Are you excited to hold her? Yes. Here you go.
I have waited for this day to get to this point and think, the gang's all here. Our family's complete. We did it. We worked so hard. We really persevered to build our family, and it was worth every ounce of hard work and prayer and really just the persistence to get everyone here.
Whoa.
Oh, she opened her eyes.
She always opens her eyes when I.
She said, give me a kiss, brother.
Whoa.
I think the family's complete.
The gang's
right?
all here, yes.
Gang's all
yeah,
here.
I think the family is complete, exclamation point.
Oh, that's so nice.
I saw for the first time how there was no power, no agency inside of healthcare and its delivery in this country. That regardless whether you are covered, insured, financially stable or not, regardless, across all races, across all ethnicities, you have no power. I personally suffered at the hand of a system such as this. My name is Jenny Joseph, and I'm a midwife. I was 30. I came to Florida. Within a year of being in the United States, I was newly married and trying to find my way, I was working with an obstetrician, and for my whole adult life at that time, I'd had endometriosis, which is not life-threatening, but certainly miserable. And the physician I worked with started talking to me about certain types of surgeries that he could do, so I spent a full year, really, about 4 different surgeries with him. No real results, except for I felt worse, more pain, etc. Finally went for another opinion, and the other physician said, no, the only answer we have for you is we need to remove your uterus, hysterectomy. I was ready, so I said yes. I didn't ask the right questions. I came out of that surgery not only minus my uterus, but minus my ovaries at 30 years old. And that was one of the most horrific awakenings. This was my sort of welcome to America and I was very overwhelmed by it. And I really I had a sense of such powerlessness around it. My husband was furious. It impacted our lives in a way that I can't describe. Luckily, I already had a child, but obviously that was it for me. And him, it was done. I couldn't just accept it. I couldn't accept it. It got me up on my feet, and I said, all right, watch me. I'm gonna fix this mess. And I wanted to fix it for myself, but I also felt like a drive to stand for women and literally stand in that gap and say, no, hang on, this isn't right. The vehicle I used was midwifery because I was already there. I was already a midwife. It's going to be 40 years that I've been doing this work. I feel strongly about how we are, as women, treated in a system where we don't know what to ask. We haven't got a voice. We're not heard. Black women especially are not heard. Native women, Hispanic women, Latinas, any woman who is other is not heard. There's been a lot more talk about maternal mortality recently in the United States. I'm here to say that this is not a new crisis. This has been here. It's just never been really taken care of. Maternal mortality is the death of a woman during pregnancy, labor and delivery, or postpartum. Statistically, it seems to fall around 3 to 4 times as many Black women, African American women, are dying in comparison to white women. This is being called this new crisis because now we're talking about it. I was so excited about this panel. It is timely. It is like beginning, I see the critical mass beginning around maternal health and maternal mortality issues. Because I feel like I can finally, speak to an audience that's particularly trying to hear. Oh, I am so excited that Senator Harris is going to be there, Dr. Taylor, the people that have been on the ground and are moving forward. An opportunity to be able to present alongside of them and to support their work as well as, show and talk about my own work.
It is my great honor to welcome to the podium Senator Kamala Harris. Please give her a warm welcome.
This is one of those truths that must be spoken. This issue of maternal health care, and in particular, how it relates and affects Black women. It is an acknowledgement of the fact that women and babies are dying every day in America, and that we could actually do something to stop it. And so the bill is an acknowledgement of the problem, and that is to acknowledge that within the problem, there is an issue of implicit bias. The other part of it is understanding that in order for this to actually work, there has to be a community approach. It's going to be about saying that let's go to the medical schools and encourage that there will be training there about these issues, which are real issues. These are uncomfortable truths we're speaking, right? Nobody wants to hear or even believe that this is happening, but it is. So let's deal with it. Let's take it on.
If you can't get into care, you can't be helped, you can't be triaged, you can't be supported. So we opened up first with the birthing center, but we've expanded that into clinics for women who don't necessarily want a natural birth or a midwife, who actually just want prenatal care, right? And we've offered that you can get seen regardless of who you are, what you have, which card you're carrying, how much money. None of those things are of any interest to us at the beginning. We found that the easiest approach was to go ahead and say, just come on. You belong, you're pregnant, you're asking to be seen, let's go. From there, we can then help you get on Medicaid quicker because we know how to do it. We found that the women themselves relate better to our staff who are more in tune and more culturally congruent with them than the higher end, high credentialed, very expensive practitioners. So it's a midwifery model, which is a person-centered, family-centered, equity-based model. Our statistics literally eradicated prematurity, low birth weight, and morbidity for the women in our care. The same women that, again, are populating the statistics that we're talking about today. Saying, yes, please, come on in, sit down, wipe your tears, we're here. Which doesn't actually cost any money. We've found that this works. We have been able to replicate our work. We have studies that have proven our outcomes. And I really encourage all of us to start thinking outside the box. This is a matter of life and death. I don't know what we've got to wait for. But I'm worried about the fact that as this is being presented now, much of it ends up still blaming the woman. Wow, now we've discovered she's just too fat. If she wasn't so fat, she wouldn't have died. Oh, her blood pressure's out of control. If she was getting medical care, she wouldn't have had high blood pressure in the first place. And so in the blaming the woman, we're pinpointing what's wrong, but we're not addressing how it got to be wrong. This isn't a matter of women being non-compliant and don't care about their baby. Many of the studies, research will come up with, oh, well, being black is a risk factor. No. Racism is a risk factor. The women that come to us come from all points. I've had one woman who came from Georgia every pregnancy. Just had a woman who came in from New York for a consultation. But what's always interesting to me is that postpartum visit, there are tears. There's, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do because I'm not coming anymore. Like, I'm going to miss you guys. I find it extremely worrisome that we have this little short window of time, the childbearing year, when we have some influence and connection with the women and their families, and that just as soon as they are finished and moved on, that they're out there in this void. We really haven't solved the problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It doesn't cost any money. It's really a shift of minds. It's an agreement that we are here only to center the mother. We're here only to get that full-term healthy baby that she's looking for, we're looking for, we're all on the same page. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to give up. But I feel like I can do what I do, how I do it, in my little corner. But in the meantime, I still believe strongly that it's time to tell the truth. And so I am clear that no matter what, this work is making a difference, and I'm going to keep going.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
East Douglas Street and Broadway in Wichita, Kansas. Busy today and 63 years ago when a bus stop set by Dockham Drug Store, a restaurant where riders could sit and have a cup of coffee, unless you were black.
They were on their way to clean white homes, prepare meals for white families, take care of white children. And they might have welcomed on cold mornings to have a hot cup of coffee and sit down inside while waiting for the bus. Well, that wasn't going to happen.
Dockham Drugstore probably isn't in your history books, but it would become the site of a civil rights breakthrough that's only beginning to get recognition.
If you wanted to get something to eat at the Dockham Drugstore, how did it happen then?
Well, they politely told us we could get food to carry out.
Segregation was not reserved for the South. In the 1950s, aspects of black and white communities in Wichita were very much separate and unequal.
Certainly, I can remember having to, if I went to a movie theater downtown, having to sit in the balcony. I couldn't sit on the main floor.
The young adult chapter of the NAACP decided to press for equality at Dockham, hoping change at one store would ripple through the franchise. They prepared for months, and in July of 1958, one of the leaders of the sit-in, Carol Parks Hahn, dressed in her Sunday best, sat at the counter and asked for a Coke. She was followed by one black student after another, each taking a seat at a stool. They simply wanted to sit and have a soda. They were denied the request. Peggy Wesley was just 15 at the time.
We just went in shifts and sat there, and we were very quiet. If somebody said anything to us, we were not to respond to any negativity, of course, and name calling and whatever, and there was a lot of that.
This is the only photo that exists of the sit-in, published in the local African-American newspaper. The threat of violence, always a concern.
A young white male looked up and saw me, and he turned so he would bump me, and he didn't hurt me. But I knew why he did that.
The sit-in went on for 3 weeks until the owner of Dockham Drugstore walked in and told the store manager to serve them. He was losing too much business.
We were just elated when we finally could sit down and have a soda with our friends at the counter.
The Rexall drugstore chain joined its Dockham franchise in abolishing discriminatory practices at their stores nationwide, making the Dockham drugstore sit-in the first successful student-led sit-in of the civil rights era, according to the NAACP. The famous lunch counter sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina, began a year and a half later in 1960.
What did you think when the word started to reach you that this was starting to happen in other cities?
That there is such a thing as positive contagion. Growing up at that point in time, you better damn sure make sure that it's something positive that you can go home about and feel proud about.
Quiet pride, you might say. The story of their sit-in barely known within many in the black community in Wichita.
And I grew up with so many of you, and there were a lot of us who had no idea that the man who was sitting right next to me in church had gone through all of those things. Right. How is it that folks weren't talking about this? I didn't know this.
It was another event in our lives that was over, and it didn't appear to be a big thing then. Most of our parents who were not involved in the NAACP didn't know that we were doing that.
Did your father know what you were doing?
No, he didn't. I never did disclose to him.
We really didn't talk about it, and in fact, my daughters didn't even know I had not spoken about it to them.
A little-known sit-in, a peaceful act of courage for the right to be treated equally.
What would you say to teenagers now who have that itch to fight for civil rights? What advice would you give to a young person now, almost 60 years later?
The water's fine. It may be too cold sometime, or maybe too warm even sometime, but seriously, you'll feel better about yourself if you strive to make this a better world, a better community.
Man. Wow. I have so many takeaways. I could talk about this for the next hour, but I think if there is any takeaway, when we talk about Black History Month, we often talk about Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, trailblazers for sure in their own right. But I guarantee you, if you're watching right now, there are trailblazers in your community, your neighbors, somebody who sits next to you at church, and sometimes they're just not sharing their stories. Mm-hmm. So I think it's so important to sit down and to talk to our relatives and to hear what they have to say. And really quickly, coming up in our third hour, we track down the granddaughter of the owner of the store at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she has something to say.
Oh, now I have chills. Oh. Gosh.
What did they do with that building there in Wichita? Is it still there? Is
Not
it
there anymore. Yeah, I mean, it was 60 years ago.
I like his last comment. The water's fine.
Water's just fine.
That was that was beautiful.
Maybe warm.
Yes, yes. And thank you guys for talking with me. They, my grandmother had to call them and get them to talk.
Your grandma could be
right after it was over, Peggy said, "Okay, can you call your grandmother now and tell her that I talked to you?" So
I just love the synergy though, like the full circle, and now that you get to tell their story. What
such an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Poetry. What comes to mind?
Growing up in Kansas City, Missouri, Marjay Neal suffered a childhood of abuse and homelessness.
I had two sisters, and we were very poor. There were times where we did not have food for ourselves. The moment that we got evicted and we ultimately had to go to the homeless shelter was one of the darkest times. I knew that life wouldn't be the same after this.
While living in the shelter, Marjay's mother insisted she attend an art workshop put on by Halo, a nonprofit that provides housing and education to thousands of at-risk children around the world.
She came to Halo pretty quiet and reserved and very much on guard.
She was very angry. She didn't know how to express the things that she had been through.
I was a very defensive child because I had to be. I kept everybody at arm's length. I want that love, but I'm scared to receive it. I'm scared that you might leave after you love me.
But after more visits to Halo, Marjay started opening up.
As she grew, her story just started to change a little bit. She started having these little pivotal moments.
The room was just full of love. There's art supplies everywhere. And as an artsy creative child, I was in heaven.
I could tell that she was using words to process the things that she had been through and try to work through them on paper.
In high school, Marjay discovered her passion for poetry and started competing at the national level.
I wrote my first poem about a traumatic childhood experience. Poetry provides a lot of relief. Like the sky before a much needed rain.
She's one of our best poets, individuals in the audience who are complete strangers to are in tears. She's touched them in such a way.
When I write in pen because it's permanent. And although some feelings aren't permanent, you have to remember where you come from in order to grow and get to where you've been.
Now 20 years old, Marjay is studying journalism on a full-ride scholarship to the University of Missouri and returns to Halo to lead writing workshops for teens.
Marjay has such an incredible story of resilience to share. She's like a megaphone for these kids who are suffering through the same type of thing that she did. They can see themselves in her.
Poetry has saved my life in multiple different ways. If somebody gets something from my poem and my experiences, then my job is done.
In February, Marjay shared her story in a documentary that debuted at Halo's annual auction. The event raised $650,000 for homeless youth. But it was Marjay who received the biggest surprise of all.
So there's someone else who heard your story and wanted to interview you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Marjay. Hi. I'm so glad to meet you.
It was surreal. I would never in a million years would have thought that you would be saying my name.
When you read your words, you know that that comes from such a deep, powerful, and soulful space. You're a shining example of what is possible for everybody.
What a journey for Marjay. She is showing you that artistry can really create a path for success.
Where you come from doesn't define who you are, but it can influence where you go. Anything is possible if you put in the work, if you move with love, and you have passion and purpose.
Marjay hopes to one day publish a book of her work, and we know she will. What a talent. To check out the full documentary featuring Marjay's journey, head to hodenjenna.com.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So over the past year, I'd say a lot of people have picked up new hobbies to pass the time or to relieve stress, and knitting has become a popular one.
I recently got to catch up with two women who've been at it for years, knitting their way through tough times, happy times, and even weaving their way into history. They even gave me the chance to join their stitch circle for an afternoon. There's this community. You guys are known as knitfluencers?
I would probably say we're more fiber friends.
Meet Cecilia Nelson Hurt and Darcy Kern, stitching together a pastime with a purpose.
I learned to crochet when I was a kid from my grandmother, and my mother taught me to knit when I was in high school.
So what is crocheting versus what is knitting?
So crocheting is one needle with a hook. And so think granny squares, right, from the 70s. And knitting is what Darcy is doing, and it's two needles.
Cecilia and Darcy are part of a global community of knitters. Now, how did you two hook up? No pun intended.
I started following Cecilia she does posts visiting all these yarn shops all over the world. And I call them yarncations.
What I appreciate about the international aspect is picking up yarn that's not available here. And then that yarn holds a special memory. And then I'm gonna make something really nice this reminds me of when we were in Paris and we went to Amy's yarn shop and I got this beautiful yellow.
For them, knitting is so much more than a hobby. As knitters of color, does your culture influence how you knit and what you knit?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. I feel like when I'm in a stitch night, I feel that connection to other women. I do think it's important.
We've all been stuck inside. it's a fact that COVID has disproportionately affected people of color.
Yeah.
Add to that, the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Would you say that knitting is not just healing, but something that helps you cope?
I did hear from a lot of people in the community that they lost their knitting mojo, but when they regained it, they were able to knit through the grief. There are plenty of women who make prayer shawls where they pray as they're knitting and then they gift that item away.
Whenever something's like stressing me out, like I'll tell my husband, like I'm about to go knit about it. And that is how I just kind of process what's going on.
Inspired by a photo of abolitionist and woman suffrage activist Sojourner Truth, Darcy began a project called Knitting While Black.
I thought to myself, that is a really amazing photo. I bet there are more photos of Black people knitting. And I searched and I found I think 1,400 results with the keyword knitting or knit, and only 3 or 4 of them were Black people. And I know that back then, Black people were doing this, but no one turned it into art. So I decided that I was going to find photos or paintings and I was going to recreate them with myself as the subject and to share some kind of contemporary history about Black people during the same time that art was made.
Even though the world's been put on pause, knitters everywhere are finding common threads.
I'm Christian, but there's a group of Muslim dyers who have created a month-long wool club. Each one is inspired by a different Ramadan tradition. So I've been able to learn a lot about Ramadan through buying this yarn. So the fiber community is full of people who want to learn about others.
And we brought in someone very special who's the knitter in my family to join our stitch circle. Hey, sweetheart.
Hi.
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 My daughter, Leela. How do you find the ends?
There you go. You hold your yarn and then if you wrap it around your finger and then you do a twist.
Oh, I like that.
Is Mom there to help you?
It's been an honor really meeting you ladies. I have, and just to get a chance to see my girl. So this has been great. Look at you go. Look at you.
She's a natural.
So it runs in the family, but didn't come from you.
No, nothing to do with it. Deborah used to knit, so they came by it really honestly.